Good evening. Good afternoon, really. This is Smithfield Town Council Committee meetings. I want to welcome you guys here. Looks like we got a busy agenda today. First up, we have public comments. I have a Roger Barkley.
Yes, my name is Roger Barkley. I have been umpiring for SRA for 19 years, and I enjoy it. And when I first started out, I lived within sight of Bill Park, and I could hear the noise down there of clapping and all the enjoyment of singing. And I saw an ad in the paper about they needed umpires. So I said, well, I can try this. So maybe a lot of you might know Daryl Joyner. He was the umpiring chief at that time. He called me up. He said, yeah. He says, can you go down to the library and do a game? I said, Daryl, I have never done a game. I don't have any idea what to do. He said, don't worry about it. Just tell the coaches will tell you what to do. and they've been doing that ever since. But anyhow, I am here to just say how much improvement has went into Beal Park, especially within the last 2 years. A lot of money, volunteer, materials. I think I looked up, we had a meeting last night, and I think it was up close to about $40,000 this past year of things, way of improvement. If you have not been by there, please go by there and just see the park, what it used to be and what it is now. It's, you know, I've had some of you in here as a coach, some of your kids, and you know, it just makes me feel good that when an 8-year-old goes completely through college and comes back and tell you and still remembers you and tell you that they appreciate it. I have no kids, I have no grandkids ever played at SRA. I would just come down there as a volunteer. So anyhow, don't know. I know we pay, you know, getting a loan paid back of the $300,000, we have to pay $30,000 a year, and I think we still owe $120,000 on that. And also on top of that, we have to pay $25,000 a year to rent Luter Park every year. So that's $55,000 that we got to come up with every year, plus the improvements of all. So I don't know where you know, I'm sure Amy will probably go, but it's whatever the money comes for, if anything you can do to help us to get that, you know, Bill Park paid off for us, you know, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Roger. The next is Diane Milner.
She is one of the funding requests under funding.
Okay. Owen Rollins. So funding, are you on the funding request too?
Pardon?
You on the funding request too?
Yes.
Okay, we'll catch up with you then, if you don't mind.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay, thank you. How about Derek Joyner?
Good afternoon. My name is Derek Joyner. Live at 11398 Raynor Road, Smithfield. Mr. Roger that actually come up here. We've had a lot of good times with him over the years. But obviously recent town council meeting had some discussion regarding the debt forgiveness that we've asked for. And just to give you some more stats and facts on that, 60% of our debt has been paid off. Which is $120,000 left. We've paid off $180,000. We are a 501c3. We're not a business. We're a local nonprofit organization that benefits baseball and softball kids in our community and surrounding communities. We have kids that come from Suffolk, Windsor, across the water, even as far as Western Branch that play for Smithfield Rec. We have a well-established organization that has a very good reputation in the community, in the town, as well as providing back to the community in the town. And one of the things that we provide back to the community in the town is Beal Park. Prior to me serving on the board, I coached for numerous years, almost a decade now, and the the decision to be a part of Looter is definitely beneficial for SRA. The business decision on that side of it 10 years ago was obviously prior to me and prior to any other board members that are currently serving SRA. So we're here to ask for the debt to be forgiven, and any bit will help in that direction. Obviously, the debt is $120,000 that's left. The main purpose of that is to benefit Beal Park. Obviously, Looter is grand. We love Looter. We love to be a Looter sports complex. But with our growth as a community organization, we have to sustain both parks. Beal Park is a vital access for all of our kids from all different age ranges to have a additional place to play. We cannot survive as an organization on just Looter Sports Complex. So obviously getting some of this debt forgiven, if not all of it, would allow us to improve Beal, would allow us to hold more community events such as the Fall Festival that we do for the community, which is free to the public, as well as hosting, we do community events like the fire department and the police kind of go through us to do their annual softball game that they do now. So different things like that take place at Beal Park, take place at Looter Sports Complex. So the growth of SRA needs both parks. And going forward, looking at the future, if Smithfield continues to grow as it is planned to do, even further expansion of either one is going to be a necessity to continue to sustain our organization for baseball and softball. Once again, we're a 501c3. We're not out here to make money. We're out here to support the community, support the youth, and hopefully you guys can help back that as well as the community. I don't know if you guys saw the Smithfield Times poll results. I think that did help out and kind of give some insight to the community backing behind us and what we put back into the community. So be glad to answer any questions as a representative of Smithfield Recreation Board, as a coach, as a parent, as family who's been around town for a long time.
Anybody have any questions?
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Joyner, thank you for coming out today, and thank you for all your volunteer hard work that you do with the youth of Smithfield. Just a couple quick questions. Is this the first time SRA has asked for any debt forgiveness?
Correct, yes.
So did something change? Why asking this year, not the previous year?
The growth of the organization is the main reason, and the decline of Beal Park over the years. So recently in the past, just like Roger said, the past year to 2 years, Beal Park has had a lot of work done to it, and it was due for it. And we would like to continue to be able to put back into Beal Park. And the main reason for asking for this debt forgiveness now is due to the growth of our organization. We're at I think we're at 543 kids, boys and girls, softball and baseball combined. And we want to be able to continue to grow, but if we don't put it back into Beal Park or look for other expansion opportunities, then we're going to have to start capping the limit off on certain teams, which we don't want to do.
So are the improvements at Beal Park going to add any playing space, an additional field, or what are the improvements going to do if you're to manage the growth?
So that also helps us be able to afford if the Looter complex does expand as well, because obviously that part of that expansion, it goes through the town. So if we need to host other tournaments to bring more people into the town, we would be better to afford that by being able to have this debt forgiven. The current Beal Park as it sits cannot expand as it is. There is a field across the street, but that's a whole different conversation. Somebody else owns that, but there is potential for other places if we have to continue to expand. We also use the library field at the YMCA, which also needs help improvement and things that we use there. So, I mean, there's definitely room, but we have to be able to afford it.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone on council have any other comments?
I have a question that I'd like to have Amy respond to. I know a draft of the expansion was sent to us a bill of Luda Sportsplex with 3 additional fields.
Yes, ma'am.
Exactly how would that work in relationship to SRA?
The master plan has one more baseball field that's, I think, 8U we're talking about, that will be part of Smithfield Recreation's inventory. And then we're adding a football field that can hold 2 flag teams playing, or 2 flag play games going on. Over at the far corner, those 3 baseball fields are for the town to rent out for tournaments. So it would be us renting them out. They wouldn't be, we wouldn't have to ask one of the rec leagues, are they available? We would say if they're available each weekend, and hopefully
Okay.
to bring in those large tournaments.
Okay.
It is worth, they would then also be available if SRA had a large event. Those fields would be available for rent to handle overflow if they had a very large event.
I understand that. I guess with the contract that SRA currently has with us, they currently have first right of refusal if they have events going on. My question was, will this be the same agreement with them for the 3 additional fields that the town is looking to build?
No, ma'am, we would be the rental authority on those.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else have any questions for Derek? Appreciate your time, Derek, and your volunteer. Anyone else like to speak at public comments at this time that's not signed up? If not, we'll go into our public safety meeting. Who is Chairman, Mr. Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The first item on the agenda is the operational update, Smithfield Police Department, Chief Alonzo Howell. Chief Howell?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. In the form of operational updates, as of last week, you all know that we had an armed robbery at Truist Bank. That is an ongoing investigation. We are receiving some tips, but nothing has developed to any leads thus far, but it is an ongoing investigation. In addition to the bank, we also, on February 10th, conducted several search warrants on 4 businesses with here in town, the vape shop, and that is also an ongoing investigation that we're continuing to investigate those businesses for illegal activity. And recently, as it relates to some of your more violent crimes other than Truist Bank, in reference to the west end of town, we have obtained arrest warrants for those persons we believe are involved in those shootings. We recently had communication with the FBI in an attempt to get them to help us locate where these individuals are hiding. We believe some may have left the area, so we have asked for federal assistance in trying to locate those parties that we have outstanding arrest warrants for. Also, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions from our activity report that you all have in our packets, and that would conclude operational updates for the police department thus far.
Any questions of Chief Howell by members of council?
Yes, sir.
Vice Mayor Harris?
Chief, the 4 vape shops that are under investigation,
Yes, sir.
is that a shared ownership? Does the same group own all 4?
I believe there was one gentleman that owned 2 different businesses.
And the other 2 are individual?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Further questions of the chief?
I do have
Yeah.
one additional.
Go ahead, Chief.
In reference to the officers, the fallen officers in the city of Virginia Beach, my understanding this Saturday that the Cockeyed Rooster will be hosting a fundraiser activity. Nothing has been concrete, but it's being formed, and if so, Virginia Beach will send an officer over, and we will definitely support that event for those fallen officers.
To help you with that, Chief, it was advertised today on Wavy that from 7 to 2 on, I think, Saturday and Sunday,
Yes, sir.
the Cockeyed Rooster will be providing a benefit, or having a benefit, and I think 20% of all of the proceeds will go to assist the the families of those fallen officers. Thank you for reminding us of that.
Thank you.
Any further questions to the chief? Thank you, Chief Howell.
Thank you all.
Next is Smithfield Volunteer Fire Department. Chief Smith.
Me and Chief Carroll will work together on this one. Yeah.
That scares me a little bit, but go ahead.
All right, we wanted to start off by thanking y'all for coming to our banquet this year, and hope you all had a good time, the ones who was able to come. And we've had a slow year so far. We've only had 66 calls in December and 69 in January, but the structure fires are starting to pick up. And yes, and if y'all have any questions for me, ask me. Also, we are proceeding forward with our training facility. We've got our fence up now and we're going to work on the process of moving everything from the fire station on Church Street out to the training ground.
Specifically, those Connex
Yep,
boxes. that you're
all
talking
that's
about?
going out there.
Okay, great.
Yes, sir.
Anyone have any questions of the fire chief?
Is-
Mr. Biebermeyer?
When you move that, you'll be coming down, it's access on Cary Street, is that
Yes.
how? Okay,
Mhm.
all right.
Yes.
How long will that take to move? I mean, especially those big boxes, I don't even know how you'll.
We'll
fit
be
around
loaded onto a tractor trailer and just
Gotcha.
taken down there and unloaded. We've already moved 10 of them out there.
Okay,
You know, it's just a single trip per trailer.
sure. All right, thank you.
Further questions of the fire chief?
Hey, Jeff.
Vice
How you
Mayor?
doing?
What do we got going with the old firehouse once it's emptied?
The old firehouse down here, it's always going to be with an engine in it.
Okay,
We keep our old engine in it, and we keep our reserve engine, and we keep an engine downtown to run calls.
thanks.
You probably heard it today when it went to a
Yeah.
brush fire.
Yeah.
Further questions, Chief?
I have
Mr. Mayor?
I went to the banquet, and I'll tell you, you guys did a great job with that. I could tell it was not just a banquet to have fun, it was a family event. And you guys represent an independent family, not outside of your own family, but I can tell you, it was very moving to me at times, and it really speaks highly of the organization both of you guys have. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Chief Carroll?
My screen went blank. You did talk to me. Thank you all for having us. And to your point, Mr. Mayor, we did have a good banquet and it was well attended. And a couple things I want to point out in my report. We ran just over 2,800 calls out of our station last year. There's nothing slow about EMS at this time. The last 3 or 4 shifts have been just constant around the clock, sleepless nights of calls. I think they ran 6 after midnight last night, and it continues. So we're as busy as ever. 2,800 is about an average. It's not up very much from previous years, so just busy. We did take time at the banquet to recognize some people, but I want to make special recognition of our squad person of the year, who was Jeff Looney. And I wouldn't normally do this, but Jeff's been with us for 20 years. He serves as our president. But the thing Jeff does behind the scenes is he's the mechanic, and he keeps the fleet running, and he does it on a volunteer basis every day of the week. He works at a local shop, doesn't run anything through the shop. He does it all himself, does it all at his own expense, except we buy the parts and he does the labor. And I can't tell you what the value of that is in a person that keeps a fleet of 6 ambulances running all the time. So he was definitely deserved our squad person of the year for last year. We just started an EMT class yesterday. We can hold 30 in the class. We had 25 show up. We made them put down a deposit this year to come to class, and 5 of them still didn't show up. So that didn't clearly work, but at least we got 25 out of the 30. So we're proud of that. We just finished a class, and we finished 25 out of that one. So, you know, that's our build for recruitment and retention, and that's how we retain members. And we know in these times that members are going to stay about 3 or 4 or 5 years, and that's the attrition rate. So we have to teach those classes twice a year to turn over members and keep them in the organization. So that's what creates our growth. And the other big operational thing that we have done in the last, we talked about this a little bit at the banquet too, is we were very fortunate to partner with Nansemond Suffolk Rescue Squad, who disbanded after nearly 75 years of service, and purchased their existing medics at a very reasonable price, and they're stocked with life packs and all the equipment on them. And I mentioned that to say that we've ordered new medics in the system. We have 2 medics ordered now. We're getting ready to order 2 more. The 2 we ordered 3 years ago have not gone in production yet. The 2 we'll order this year will be 4 years before they go in production. So things are really, really, really falling behind in getting apparatus, fire and EMS alike. But we were fortunate to reach a deal with Nashville Suffolk to continue their legacy, and we'll do something to honor them on those trucks. They had less than 50,000 miles on them apiece. They're older trucks. I mean, they're 10 or 12 years old, but they will last our fleet a long time as reserve apparatus, and they'll be available throughout the county. There are 6 medics manned every day in the county, from Rushmere, 2 at our station, 1 in Carrollton, 1 in Windsor, and 1 in Carsville. But those reserve trucks will be available throughout the county for anybody to use, and we'll just maintain them and keep them up at our station, and Jeff will take care of that. So that is what I have for operations.
Any questions? Well, just 2 things. Number one, I'd like to commend you on your resourcefulness as far as finding those trucks and rooting around. And I know from a volunteer perspective, sometimes that's what you have to do to get things done. The question on the Nansemond Suffolk disbandment, can you comment or give me any indication as to why after 75 years they would have disbanded?
So it's my understanding that obviously the city of Suffolk has grown a tremendous amount, and Suffolk Fire and EMS has taken over all the EMS responsibilities in the city. And I believe that they either gave up or the state took their license last July. License renewed once a year, and they just didn't have the manpower to run the calls. The city of Suffolk runs all the calls in the city. The big difference I'll point out is we are so fortunate in Isle of Wight, and we started this in Smithfield, as you well know, 22 years ago, a partnership with the county to build a career volunteer system, and that's exactly what we've had. And we built that starting with 2 guys, 1 at Isle of Wight Rescue and 1 at Smithfield Fire. And we built it into about 35 employees, but those 35 employees blend with the volunteers on a daily basis as staff fire trucks and ambulances. And that's the sustainability of the system from a cost basis, to keep volunteerism alive. There's not enough volunteers to run fire and EMS in any locality. I don't care where you're at. But you've got to do it together to do it economically and to keep everybody engaged. And we are so fortunate that the town and county have allowed us to partner and be involved in the hiring process and the management and everything that goes along with a blended organization. I think we couldn't ask for anything more.
Well, that was going to be to my point. At the end of the day, the amount of funds that is saved the taxpayer as far as volunteer hours are concerned are basically immeasurable.
Immeasurable, absolutely.
And I just want to take the opportunity, and I'm sure the rest of the council feels this way, and I know the taxpayers do, to thank every one of y'all for the job that you do. Fire, rescue, everybody that we work with. We're very, very blessed in this community to have such wonderful, competent, professional group of EMS providers and type of service. So that's all I've got. Any further questions?
I have one more thing, Chief.
Yeah, go ahead.
If any of the council members would like to come to our monthly drills, the chief is welcome to invite y'all to come. It's the first Monday of every month. And if you do so, just get in touch with me. Leslie has my number, and I can set a time so you can come up there. Dinner's at 6, drills at 7.
Great.
All right.
I would recommend being there at 6.
All right. If anything else y'all need, let us know.
Any further questions? Thank you, everybody, very, very much. Much appreciated. Mr. Mayor, that's all I have, sir.
Okay, next is the Finance Committee, and the chair is Mr. Brooks.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mayor. First on the agenda is funding requests for fiscal year 25-26, and I've got Laura up for that. And we do have a couple folks talking to us. First up, we have Christian Outreach with Rick Rowland. Rick?
Good afternoon. I'm Rick Rollins, the Executive Director of Christian Outreach. And hopefully everybody has heard about us. But I think we're a key factor in making sure people are staying to get a healthy meal. A lot of the food banks and stuff they give out food. We try to give out healthy food. And so over the last year, we've expanded by probably 15 to 20%. We're feeding over 600 families. The majority of those are within Smithfield or near to Smithfield. The rest of them are in the county. We go all the way out past Windsor for food. We thought with all the assistance that was out there, maybe our load would be lower. Actually, I think our load is higher, it seems like. We've done some adjusting to our programs that we work through the food bank to help us get better food for less money, and it's working out well. For instance, we get eggs from the food bank. Now, I'm sure everybody knows the price of eggs is not cheap, but we think a dozen eggs creates a lot of protein. That's a lot of protein for families. Fresh fruit, apples, oranges, all that, bananas, we give out that kind of stuff through the food bank. Those types of things are the things that are not being purchased at the grocery store. So that's our goal, is to give out healthy food. I want to say the majority of our program does feed Smithfield. Like I said, it's hard to prove because we're not allowed to collect a lot of the data we would need to prove that. But we can tell who they are, how often they come. So I'm here today to ask for a grant from the county. Last year we received $12,600. And I'd like to try to see that maintained or maybe even increased just a touch to help us keep in business and doing the right things for the community here. I guess I also should mention, I mean, everybody thinks of food, but we do a lot of home repairs. I don't know if any of you have put up a ramp lately, but that's one of our big things, is people need ramps to get into their houses, their apartments, and whatever. That's not inexpensive, but we have teams that go out and they put up those ramps at no cost to the people. And we always get a note back, thank you. By putting in that ramp, it's increased my ability to be part of my family, get in and out of the building and all that. So I think that's another big thing we do. We also do emergency services. We give people rent assistance, utility assistance, and I could go on and on. So I can guarantee you there's not one penny that we would receive from anybody that doesn't go directly back to the community, where we have one salaried person out of all our people that work there. And that shows you that, we're not spending money on hiring people. We're all volunteers. So that is my request. We'd appreciate at least the same amount that we got last year.
Very good. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Rollins?
Yes, sir, Mr. Brooks. Good afternoon.
Hi.
You said 600 families we feed. Daily, weekly? How's that number work out?
They can come once a month.
Okay.
If they need, they can come again. We never turn anybody away,
Right.
but we try to limit it. But I can tell you that when a family leaves our place, they got a grocery store's trip. We give out meat, at least 5 pounds of meat, a variety of meat, like maybe a pound of hamburger, chicken breasts, all kinds of different things. Fish, we give out fresh fruit, vegetables, give out 5 pounds of potatoes. That's standard. Like I said, apples, oranges, and all that. We give out vegetables, whatever vegetables we have. Like this week, we've got corn on the cob. We've got zucchini, lots of different ones, and we try to keep it rotating. And then we give out at least 1 bag of shelf-stable, which is all stuff that has come from the food bank, that we purchased from the food bank. And they're all graded for nutrition. And then, I'm trying to think what else. Oh, and then like loaf of bread, dozen eggs, and just mixture of things. So we understand it's not feeding totally. It's a supplement, but it gives them the ability to get good food and services. Then they can use their other things from the government, food stamps or whatever, to buy other things.
A follow-up or two.
Yeah, just to follow up, Mr. Owens, if it's like it used to be, the amount of food that's provided was based on the number of members of the family. That's still the case?
Yes.
Okay. That's how they parsed out how many pounds of this you get, how many pounds of that, and things like that. I was able to volunteer for a couple of years up there before I got here, and that's what I remembered it being. So I thought that might help out as far as explaining the allocation.
Yeah, and one thing I forgot to mention was we do food rescue from the grocery stores. And so that gives us a lot of good stuff too. Publix just opened, and we pick up 3 days a week from them. I can't believe the amount of bread we get. and it's all good. I mean, it's only been 1 day since it's been baked, and they clear the shelves, and we've been giving out really nice loaves of bread and stuff to people. And it was nice because our other source, we used to give out Schmidt brand loaves of bread and hot dog rolls and things like that. Somebody ripped them off. Another nonprofit ripped them off, and they went, no more. We lost our bread. Along came Publix, and now they're filling it in. So Publix is really giving us a lot of food.
Yes. You'll have the ability to deliver if the occasion arises, if someone can't get there?
We deliver over 100 families, primarily elderly.
Yes.
We're the second largest deliveries for elderly people in the food bank territory.
And all of that is provided by volunteers as well?
Yes, in their own SUVs or in our vans that we've purchased through grants. And, at least 100. And then each week on Friday, we'll do 4 or 5, sometimes 8 deliveries for people that have no transportation or for whatever reason.
And just one last thing.
Yep.
You've got the microphone. Tell everybody in Smithfield, what would you like to have donated? What type of foods are best?
Well, shelf-stable, primarily. I mean, we can handle the rest of it, and we never know if somebody, well, I won't say, in the summer, we get a lot of farmers that bring in product, as far as vegetables and things, and so we wouldn't turn those away. But in general, things like cereal, I mean, a box of cereal is gonna cost us $5 if we have to go buy it. And so that's a big thing, and it's something that provides good nutrition to people. And, you know, we can keep it on the shelf for a while if we need to. But things like soup, cereal, pasta, spaghetti sauce, you know, things like that. We try to give out a variety.
Now you're making me hungry. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your good work. That's all,
right.
Mr. Brown.
I'd like to say something,
Yes,
Jeff.
ma'am.
Rick, can you share with the council some of the regular participants that do give to the Christian outreach? I know that you have, that we have several contributions from Isle of Wight Academy, from certain churches, and one in particular, I know that First Gravel Hill, their women's ministry, they're focusing on one thing, and that's disposable diapers. If you can just share what some of the regulars do, how they contribute to Christian outreach.
Okay, yes. Well, you know, when the organization was founded, it was a group of churches that got together to provide heat for people during the winter. They would chop up wood and make sure people had fuel. And then it proceeded on to the food and so on. But, so there's quite a few, gosh, I hate to name them because I know I'm gonna leave people out. But we have like Good Shepherd, Trinity United Methodist, the Episcopal Church, pretty much all the big churches around. And surprisingly, I get calls about once a month from churches way out past Windsor and asking me, could I come and talk to a group, or could I talk to a ladies group or a men's group, or attend one of their services and speak. And because they've heard the good things we do, they will donate a few $100s, or I've had kids groups collect cereal, and you know, it's really nice to see the look on their faces. When I talk to them and I say, you know, you didn't help me, and you didn't help the volunteers that work with me, you helped your neighbor. You helped the elderly couple down the road. And you can just see these young people going, oh, yeah, I did that? You know, and that's the kind of thing we try to foster, is that community, you know? Get these kids part of the community. And matter of fact, the last couple of times ago, I went to a church out in Windsor, and I had parents after I talked to the kids. Parents came up to me and they were handing me like $20. Here, I can't believe that. My son just came up and he was so proud of himself. And I thought, you know, and here you go. So what we do is important, that we are doing our best to make it work. Is that enough? I don't want to go through and try to name all the churches, because everybody's a part sometime during the year.
Anybody else? Rick, one last question. What are you preparing to ask the county for this fiscal year, or are you already?
County, I've already put it in,
Okay.
and it's $35,000.
35,000. Okay, great. Anybody else? All right, I'm going to show my ignorance here. It's my first time doing this. Are we just going to discuss this at the committee
fine.
meeting and then
It'll be
refer
as part
to?
of the budget, yes, sir.
All right, very good. All right,
And-
anybody else? All right.
And I would like to invite anybody that hasn't been there. I know some of you don't live very far, just on the street, but I'd be glad to show you around and give you a feeling for what the community's doing for itself.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and next we have Ms. Diane Milner from the Arts League. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman Brooks, Council Members Harris and Butler. My name is Diane Milner. I am the President of the Board of Directors of the Isle of Wight Arts League. And I appreciate the opportunity for us to talk about the funding that you give us normally on an annual basis. Just as background, I'd like to share with you just a wee bit of history about the Arts League. We first started on Main Street back in the mid-1990s in an old Victorian building. In 2003, we worked in collaboration with the town of Smithfield and Isle of Wight Tourism Office to move into the old Wynn Hardware building. In October of 2003, in 2003, an MOA was executed with the town of Smithfield, the Isle of Wight County, our landlord, to ensure that we had funding enough for our lease payments and utilities for both the tourism office and the Isle of Wight Arts League. The tourism office and the Isle of Wight and the league have spent several thousand dollars outfitting the Wynn Hardware to our specifications. And over the years, we have upgraded the lighting, the flooring, and the drop ceilings. I think it's important for us to note that the Isle of Wight Arts League has always, since its inception, been able to meet its financial requirements, even during COVID. During the process of evolution, we've added 3 music programs and a 501c3 identification as nonprofit. We have been able to work with the funds that you and the county have given us for years, until March of 2024, when our landlord told us our rent was going up 29.2%, starting the 1st of July 2024. We were able to negotiate with the Arts League was able to negotiate with the landlord on an incremental increase of 10% each year until we reached the maximum of 29.2%. Because the notification came in after our budget requests had gone to both the town and the county, the Arts League managed to make the first 10% increase last year. That is not sustainable. We cannot go on that way with the increase that is going to, the next 10% increase that is going to start on the 1st of July of 2025. Both the town and the county participate in a Virginia Commission of the Arts grant program called the Creative Collaborative Community Grant. This is a program that matches the funds that you give us up to $4,500, both in the town and the county. But that is capped. That is the most that they can give us. That is why our request for budget for funding for this year has gone up, and we are asking for $6,500. The Arts League provides a vibrant cultural environment for all types of artists. The Arts Center hosts over 13,000 visitors a year. These people stop at the Visitor Center. They stay longer, often purchasing art at the Arts Center, which contributes to the revenue of both town and county. Our music programs provide free outdoor concerts in downtown Smithfield from Memorial Day to Labor Day, every weekend. All of the musicians that perform at SVA events, which there are 3, are provided by our Smithfield music program. And 6 to 8 classical music concerts are hosted by the Historical Christ Church Episcopal Church. I urge the Finance Committee to favorably consider our request for $6,500 to ensure that the arts remain a vibrant part of this historical community, and to allow the Tourism Office and the Arts Center to stay in their current location, which has adequate parking and is visible on Main Street. And I thank you for your time.
Wonderful. Any questions?
Hey, Diane.
Yeah,
What was the town contribution last year?
4,500.
Right on that nose. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate the little history lesson. As the new guy in town, although Mr. Cutler is the newest new guy in town, I like hearing the background story of how did we get here today, and I sincerely appreciate that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Now we get into some work. Next on the agenda is our financial statements with Laura Ross, our treasurer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of Town Council. You have your little packet here and all the information. I'll just discuss briefly, overview a couple of things. Our total revenue collected today is $5.55 million, and that is at the end of January. This is 34.03% of the budgeted amount, and the personal property was due in December. We continue to collect on those that are outstanding. We're getting ready to send out delinquent bills. Don't know how much that total is, but I'll let you know next time we meet. Let's see. And on page 2 to 4 breaks down the revenue that we have by source. As you will note, a lot of the revenue to date comes from other local taxes, or $2.326 million. Additionally, $478,663 of that revenue is from general fund interest. Meals tax is a bit higher by $330,000 compared to last year. Compared to the prior month. The total for the meals tax this year is $1,301,271. Isle of Wight finally remitted 4 months of payments to us, and we realized that in January. That totaled $237,459. So our sales taxes have finally caught up with where they should be. Expenses are at 42.43% of the budgeted amount, which is where we expect it to be, because in April or May, we'll be billing for the real estate, and that'll bring us an additional $2.8 million. So we'll be caught up with all of that. If we want to look at the debt, there's a debt breakdown sheet in your packet, and outstanding debt at the end of January is $4,047,000. We have a couple more payments due in October and April of the 2020A-2 and 2020A-1 debt that we have. And you can look at your debt table for that. That's all I have about the financial statements. Do we have any questions?
Any questions for Ms. Ross? No. Okay. Hearing none,
Okay,
we will go on to cash balances.
great. As you see, we have cash balances that are available and usable balances. If you look down at the very bottom of the sheet, it is $18,164,320, and that's over in the far right. We do have some pending to and from between the different bank accounts, but if we had to go and cut a check for something that we wanted to buy today, we have $17 million. That's including all of our investments to date. Again, the designated funds are in the utilities that we don't have available to us. It's designated to sewer capital, water deposit, things like that, and that is $7.5 million. Our investments to date, we have again in bank accounts at the town bank. We only have a little money there. CD at town bank, which we continue to hold there until it matures 9/30/25. We have investments at Old Point Bank, and we have a total right now of all cash at $26 million. And that's all the exciting news for today. Any questions on that?
Yeah, anybody have any questions for the treasurer? I think we're sitting just fine, and I appreciate it. And for the record, I did call her this morning, and I said, "Are there any surprises we need to know about? 'Cause let's discuss them now."
Try not to have
We have no
those.
surprises. That's good
No
news.
surprises.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda are 4 invoices over $20,000. The first, we have Lewis Construction for sewer work on Grace Street for $25,537. Next, we have Kimley Horn Associates for $55,474,000 for work, preliminary work over at Pinewood Heights. Next, we have Robertson Farmer Cox and Associates for $42,200 for audit services. And lastly, we have Athens Building Corp., $26,041 for the continued work over at the Windsor Castle Park Boardwalk restoration. And I don't have any questions about those. Anybody else? All right, we will send that over to council for approval. And with that, that'll conclude Finance Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Next, we have Parks and Recreation Committee. Chair is Mrs. Beavermeyer.
Thank you. The only thing I have today is a presentation by Amy Novak and some visitors.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. At a Parks Conference, I think 2 years ago now, I saw this group presenting this Share the Air campaign, and it's about having smoke and vape-free spaces in our parks, or possibly even wider than that across the whole town. So I thought it was very interesting and something I really, I think it's important. So I'll turn it over to these ladies.
Just to introduce myself, my name is Joey Crosby. I'm the campaign manager for Share the Air. We are part of Y Street, which is funded through the Virginia Foundation for Healthy Youth. Today we have Elise and Christine. They're going to be talking through. Before we get started, I'd just like to remind everyone, this is a voluntary policy, so we're not asking city or town councils to adopt an ordinance or pass any legislation that would override state law. Just a disclaimer.
Hi, I'm Elise Pabone. I am a junior at Granby High School, and I have been in the Y Street leadership team for 1.5 years now.
Hey, I'm Christine Holquist. I'm also a junior at Granby High School, and I've been part of the Y Street leadership team for about 2 years now. So I'm not sure you guys have heard, I know my friend here has, but just for an overview, Y Street is a Virginia Foundation for Healthy Youth, award-winning volunteer statewide youth initiative. Y Street partners with high schools across Virginia to train youth on how to be effective advocates, to make their communities healthier by reducing tobacco use and promoting obesity prevention efforts.
Since the passage of the Comprehensive Tobacco-Free Schools Bill in 2019 through the campaign 24/7, Y Street is continuing to promote policies that prevents youth tobacco use by promoting 100% tobacco-free and e-cigarette-free outdoor spaces such as parks, playgrounds, and recreational areas with our campaign Share the Air, as shown on the screen.
So this issue is so important because data shows that secondhand smoke in outdoor public spaces can be just as harmful as in indoor spaces where it is allowed. Not only that, but tobacco and vape products create litter that is not only hard to the eye, but also poses significant health risks and environmental hazards. In addition, the cleanup costs for these products are really expensive and time-consuming. Tobacco products account for almost 40% of all littered items in the nation, making the most littered item in the United States.
On the topic of litter, discarded tobacco can also often lead to potential disasters like wildfires, and damages can be costly. For example, in 2020, a fire in Fairfax County caused by discarded smoking materials caused over $48 million in damages. Our parks and playgrounds are areas that promote healthy fun, and we know that youth tend to model adult behaviors. Youth are more likely to adopt healthy behaviors if they see adults, parents, and other community leaders they look up to doing the same. Speaking of youth, I do have a niece and nephew at home that enjoy going outside a lot, where being outside tends to have a bit of secondhand smoke. Because of this, we are calling on our local parks and recreation departments to adopt a voluntary comprehensive tobacco and e-cigarette free outdoor policy to promote tobacco-free outdoor environments.
So we do know that Virginia faces unique restrictions as we are a dual enroll state. So with Virginia's counties, cities, and towns not being able to pass smoke-free laws stronger than Virginia state law and enact their own policy. So as a solution to this, our campaign developed a comprehensive tobacco-free outdoor policy that your department can adopt without exceeding the scope of your authority. While you can't ban the smoking or the use of e-cigarette and tobacco products, you can encourage your visitors to refrain from using tobacco and vape products in your town's parklands and athletic areas with our comprehensive policy.
Adopting a comprehensive tobacco-free outdoor policy means to encouraging no tobacco and electronic smoking device use in all outdoor recreational areas at all times, posting tobacco-free and e-cigarette-free signs in visible, prominent locations, notifying staff and volunteers about the tobacco-free and e-cigarette-free policy and encouraging adherence, and lastly, announcing and posting the policy to inform your communities.
So we do know that there's a lot of public interest about this issue or around this issue, and this is what Virginians want through our data collection. We've collected over 17,000 surveys from Virginians across the state to assess their views on tobacco use in our parklands and how it impacts their outdoor experiences, and their support for tobacco-free outdoor policies. Our personal data collection shows that 95% of Virginians believe that cigarettes, e-cigarette pods, and vaping cartridges, things of the sort, are litter, are not biodegradable, and are toxic to humans and animals. 81% of Virginians agree that tobacco litter negatively impacts their outdoor experiences, and 93% of Virginians are in favor of tobacco-free outdoor policies. So, as you can see, a strong majority of individuals support the tobacco-free outdoor environments.
The Share the Air campaign is here to serve as a resource to make implementation easy and inform the public. To help, we provide free signage that you can post in designated areas or prominent spaces.
We've also received over 7,000 personalized messages from community members showing that Virginians stand behind our campaign.
Not only is there public interest and support for tobacco-free outdoor environments, but parks and recreation departments are demonstrating that they can adopt a voluntary tobacco-free and e-cigarette-free outdoor policy. Our campaign currently has 26 counties, with Campbell County recently adopting our model policy. Thanks to their commitment, over 2 million Virginians are protected from exposure of secondhand smoke and can enjoy a healthier and cleaner outdoor environment. We are hoping to add you to the map. Other nearby counties and towns that have gone tobacco-free are James City County, the town of Alberta, and the McReynolds Athletic Complex.
So we do have some direct quotes from our partners sharing the positive impact that we've had on their parklands and outdoor recreational areas. So the Parks and Recreation Coordinator from Ashland says that this program, is being very low cost and low barrier, was a perfect way for them to start initiatives in our town and help improve the quality of life for our citizens, not just for our residents, but visitors as well. We're really grateful for their commitment to creating a healthy and safe outdoor environment for their visitors and communities.
We are asking you to sign a commitment form to establish your parklands and outdoor recreational areas as 100% tobacco and vape-free.
We do also provide a completely free toolkit which includes our model policy, checklist, and implementation and communication resources all in one place for you guys to use. We further help with positive media news attention and create customized images for advertisements that are promoted on our Share the Air website and social media platforms. Overall, we want to publicly promote and celebrate your guys' decision to go tobacco-free and vapor-free and make sure you guys get the recognition you deserve for promoting clean and healthy outdoor environments. Sorry about that. So we do
have the toolkit like I mentioned earlier. Oh. Oh.
So thank you for that. I want to know if anybody has any questions on what the campaign is and what we offer to the town of Smithfield.
I guess you could just explain to us. I mean, they showed the signs and how would something like that be implemented, or how would we even decide?
Yes, ma'am. So how it usually works is we meet with our Parks and Recs departments, and then we generally go through city council, town councils, park administrators, and we work with them to figure out how much signage they would need to cover all their park areas. The signage just asks to refrain from smoking. We're not anti-smoking. We're not enforcing any smoking ordinance on anyone. So, for example, for the town of Smithfield, I know we had met with your Parks Director, Amy Novak, and we had talked about even a trial run of only doing 1 to 2 parks instead of covering all the parks within the town of Smithfield. And so generally, we provide 10 12 by 14 signs and then 5 additional 8 by 10 signs, but we provide as little or as much as the town needs at no cost to the town. So this is completely free. It is $0. We are funded through the state Virginia Foundation for Healthy Youth. And so whatever you feel appropriate or deem necessary, we'll provide for you.
You have any questions? Yes.
I do, if I could. I noticed that you have basically been involved with talking to municipal and county park systems. Have you approached the Department of Conservation and Recreation with the Commonwealth of Virginia to, understanding that there's no law in place, but at the same time, to see if they would go along with the voluntary aspect of this?
Yeah, so we are in talks, not currently at the moment. We're kind of on pause doing anything statewide, but our goal is we have an internal number that we're trying to reach with the amount of counties and towns that we partner with before we reach out to them and go for more of a statewide movement. Our final goal is to have language added into existing tobacco laws on the books to allow towns and counties to pass ordinances stronger than state law. But currently, we are only meeting with our towns, mainly PRAC committees, Parks and Recreation Advisory Committees, and so forth.
If Mr. Riddick were here, he would tell you that you're not allowed to pass one that's going to be any more difficult under the Dillon rule. But I was just wondering where you had gone as far as that's concerned, because I think it's certainly got merit.
Yeah, so far we partner with 26 towns, and we're currently in talks with about 14 additional towns at the moment, with some other towns and cities around here, and mainly Suffolk. We're talking to Suffolk about bringing on as a partner. And so mainly what we're asking from you all today is just even like a vocal support for your parks and for your parks director to sign our commitment form. Our commitment form does not include any enforcement mechanisms. There is no asking Parks and Recreation staff to forcibly remove or cite anyone for smoking or using tobacco on site. So today we're just asking for your support so Mrs. Novak can move forward with us with getting our free signage and our municipality toolkit to you, which takes about 3 to 6 weeks.
Any other questions?
Yeah, I do. This is for Amy. How did this come about? Did they approach you or you approach them?
It was a session at the Parks Conference. I think it was also an individual session that you had to sign up for. And it's very interesting to me that people would smoke at the parks. And Ray's like, well, you should put ash cans and stuff out there. And I'm like, I don't want smoking at all. And the worst part of smoking to me is the cigarette butts. They litter and the trash lasts forever. Did y'all have that stat? Is it like 200 years? It's something.
It's 40% of all litter in the United States is tobacco litter.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Just out of curiosity, where does your, in terms of big picture, where does your funding come from?
So for us, 100% of our funding comes from VFHY, the Virginia Foundation for Healthy Youth. We're mainly sponsored by Senator Kilgore.
Gotcha. Okay. Any other questions? How do we do that?
Yeah,
I mean,
my only concern, and my only concern is this: although it is not an enforcement mechanism, it could be perceived as a quasi-enforcement mechanism. Before we agree to go down the path, I'd like to have council weigh in, just to check maybe with the other localities to see if there's been any challenges from, just any things that might be hiding in the bushes that, that could cause a problem. In no way am I saying at all that I'm against this at all, but, and it wouldn't take our legal counsel long to simply look at it or contact other county attorneys, because again, I want to reiterate that I am in support. I just want to make sure that we do it the right way.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
Likewise, I brought packets for all of you that include our presentation, our one-pager, and also our commitment form for all of you to look over as well.
Great. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Y'all did great. Thank you.
That's all I have. That closes Parks and Rec. Amy, did you have anything else?
No, ma'am.
Nope. That's it for Parks and Rec.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beefelmeyer. Next up is Public Buildings and Welfare, and that's chaired by Mrs. Butler.
Oh, what about Public Works?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did skip that, didn't I? We'll move back to Public Works.
That's okay.
And Mr. Harris, I'm sorry to leave you out.
Well, thank you,
chairs
Mr.
that-
Mayor. Glad to be a part. We also have a presentation inside of Public Works today. Our town manager, Mr. Stallings, is going to talk to us about a new initiative concerning Gray Street.
Yes, sir. And part of this came from Historic Smithfield, and Mr. John Edwards is here from that organization if there's questions of them. They approached me a little while back to explore what options we had to beautify Gray Street, especially as VDOT was getting ready to do their repaving project. It made sense to evaluate options at this point in time. They have come forward with a commitment of $25,000 to help fund that work. So we met with Historic Smithfield and one of our engineering firms to develop a scope of work for what that project could look like. They have provided a scope of work that's in your packet that came out to $30,200. And that would look at the entirety of Gray Street, where we could do some things as far as plantings, whether we could, there's some areas where we can add sidewalk where we don't currently have sidewalk, and areas where there's very wide business entrances that maybe we can do some things to beautify that and make it safer for pedestrians and beautify the corridor. Also potentially look at overhead line crossings and see if there's a way to consolidate some of those. And this would, in the end, give us a path to go forward to be able to explore funding options to do some of these projects. But again, Historic Smithfield has committed $25,000 to the project, so the town would only have to cover the additional $5,200 to get that ball rolling. So if there's questions of Mr. Edwards or me, we'll be glad to answer them. And if it's something council wants to consider moving forward, we will need a resolution that I'll have drafted for the next council meeting to appropriate that $25,000 from Historic Smithfield. The check showed up in my office today. So we would have to appropriate it into our budget, and then we have extra funds in our budget that we can match with that to cover the project.
Any questions?
I have a question, Bill. So we technically won't know what it looks like until we make the commitment and Kimberly Horn does their scope of work.
Well, you have the scope of work in here. What they will provide is they will do some 2D renderings to show what it could look like.
Oh, that's what I want to see.
Right.
Oh,
They'll do
okay.
that. That's what this work will do. It'll get us to that point where we can see conceptually what it could look like.
Okay.
And then we can go forth and find additional funding to actually do the work.
So this will start, is that Gray Street that runs into North Church Street? So it'll extend from there all the way to Gray Street to Main Street?
Yes, ma'am. And
Okay.
what we'll probably be doing is there's a lot of Gray Street that is very similar. And so we'll do a typical section for, this portion of Gray Street that would apply to everywhere.
Okay.
We know that from Town Hall to Mason, there's no sidewalk. So that'll be a piece we look at. And then where those other wide entrances are that we may be able to consolidate, those
Okay.
will probably be special elevations as well.
Any other questions for Mr. Edwards or Mr. Stallings? Good. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Back to you.
So assuming that everybody's good with that, we'll put a resolution together for March to appropriate the funds and authorize moving forward with the work. Okay. We'll do that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Next is Public Buildings and Welfare.
It is my time
Finally
now.
got to her. Ms. Butler. Mr. Chair,
Okay.
thank you.
I'd like to open up the meeting for Public Buildings and Welfare. The first thing on the agenda is an update on proposed changes to the cottages at Battery by developer Brian Mullins, and this is under the direction of Tammy Clary.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. The applicants are here and have a presentation for you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name's Brian Mullins. I live at 4953 Exeter Drive in Suffolk.
My name is Nathan Deal, the same address.
We're hopeful today to be able to get some better direction on where we can take this Cottages at Battery project. We started this, as some of you already knew, back in '23, bringing it forward with a zoning that has 150 units on a 10-plex. Now, what we've not been able to determine on a couple of issues is there any other product that could be built with the current zoning that's in there before we even get into what we have here at the cottages?
I think that's a good question for Tammy, our community developer.
Yes, ma'am.
Because the conceptual plan was proffered, they would have to come back with a new conceptual plan unless they were building those 10-plex units, the 150 10-plex.
And if you all are aware of that, that would be 15 to 20,000 square foot discs, more or less, sitting out in the middle of the field. It did have RV parking, another one of the SUPs that we're requesting today. Having spoken with some of the council and the planning commissioners prior to even submitting anything for the cottages, we were asked to look at projects that we've done 2 of them here in a general area. One is in Governor's Point, a subdivision that I did 20 years ago or more. I've been doing this for 40 years. And the other one is another similar product that's over in the landings next to Decoy's Seafood. What these are single-family condos. It's a different idea, but we came up with this when we were trying to use different styles of not only architecture but price points within the Governor's Point project. Knowing in this area, as we've been here all our lives, the Navy gets deployed every 3 years, and lots of them do not want to sell, but they have to. With the detached single family, and in our case here, it's an attached unit with garages, they're allowed to leave the area knowing that the building is going to look the same as when they get back. We paint the houses every 5 years. We cut the grass every week. We mulch it twice a year. So the exterior stays the same. When we were asked to look at that, we searched around and we found a product up in Northern Virginia. And we really like this project and this product because it does allow for someone to have 4 walls, not just 2 walls in townhouses that we see everywhere now. And it has something that I love about this. It's a detached garage. You get a 1.5 car detached garage on the property as well. Now, one of the issues that I guess we've discussed over this past year, and it has not been in this town before, is 0 lot lines. What a 0 lot line is necessarily is the entire project is open space. It is owned by the HOA. exclusive of studs in. They can do whatever they want inside the house, but the exterior is maintained in perpetuity. It costs a little bit more for them to do it. I know when we started Governor's Point, it was about $3,800 a year is all for all of that work to be done. And it maintains the appearance on the outside along with 4 separate walls that allows people to have backyards so that they can have parties, whereas in townhouse units, it's very difficult to do so. So we lowered the yield on this from 150 down to 130, which was a 14% reduction. Our first conceptual we brought showed the 130. I know some of the comments that we had was they look like barracks. There's no definition in them. Well, when you're looking at a plat from this elevation or anything of this sort, you're not going to see that. We have subsequently gone back and put in color legend so you'll know the models that would go on each one, such that you would not have any beside each other, none of the same style nor the same colors. You'll see that on the plat up top. And we got some pushback on that, to say the least, in reference to the density, which, one, we're 14% less than what was originally done. Secondly, the tax base on this is twice what was originally proposed. Those sales were at $190,000 per unit with all exterior street parking. It had RV parking, which again is another SUP that we brought. When we started looking at what we were requested to do was to bring this down to 8 to an acre. That's quite a bit of a difference. And from a financial standpoint, we have to be able to make enough to be able to produce the project. So we then started looking at 9 to an acre, which again would drop that down 22% from where it was originally. And that was 117 units. And we do have that plat here as well. One thing that we have, and we have listened, we've listened for over a year on items such as where is the bus going to pick the kids up? We've put our open space in the middle. We have paths that connect everything to the right, to the left, all the way into the commercial there on Church Street as well. But we kept getting, we need to be down to 8 to an acre. Now again, it's a 31%, 30.6% reduction. We brought that along as well to show. That's 104 units. That's quite a bit of difference from 150, and in all actuality, the zoning that is currently in place is 12 to an acre, which would have allowed 156 units. So we're here today to try to find some kind of an agreement and clarity as to where we can produce this product. It's a great product. It allows a family not to be sharing walls with others. It reduces the volume and the yield within the subdivision and allows for a very active open space. We have also adjusted the clubhouse from what this conceptual is, such that we have parking on the back side of the clubhouse as well. We have, of course, the clubhouse, swimming pools. We have a dog park, and we have a Frisbee park. So we have active all up front, areas where the mail kiosks would be able to be accessed off streets, as well as for buses to come and go. So we've laid out everything from a 8, a 9, and a 12. We've been at this for a year and a half. This is what we do for a living. And we would like to have some more clarity as to what it is we can do. The product that we're looking at is something I think is, well, I'm proud of it. Actually, I've done 20, 30 subdivisions in my life, and I can't say I'm not proud of any one of them. I really am. And a lot of you all know what our developments are. So with your all's assistance, I think we can find something that would be able to go up on the cottages. We just need some direction.
Mayor Smith, my question is, I had a conversation with Tammy today because I was kind of confused. I know that the cottages at Battery coming before us for discussion today. My question was, why didn't it go back to planning for discussion first? Because this is what planning does. And I guess I'm kind of in a point that not real sure what to ask, other than I know that density was a really big concern that we had, and they've given us some other options, so the question is, are we okay with 104 units as compared to originally 130, what the original proposal was? But my main question is, why did we kind of change the process and not go back to planning first, for planning to look at this? And this is what their job is. I was just wondering why it came to us first.
I can handle that.
Okay.
If you don't mind. We went through 2 discussion periods with Planning Commission.
Right.
In 40 years of doing this, I've never sat down and had discussion periods with planning or town councils. That would be called work sessions, which you all do also have. We were then brought back up in November, and we were asked to table it in November till we could get to the new council on the first of the year. We did that. We didn't want to be in January's because you all were seating some new council members and you had 2 other projects coming there. So I reached out to Mr. Smith here, and I asked if that was something that we could get together on, such that when we leave this meeting, we would have better clarity, knowing that the Planning Commission has seen us a half a dozen times all last year.
But they haven't seen what you're proposing today.
No, ma'am, they have not.
Okay.
We were pulled off of, in November, we were pulled off of where we would have done so.
Okay.
Now, today, we're not asking for approval.
Well,
And-
I understand that. I know that it's up for discussion. I
Yes,
didn't
ma'am.
realize that you had talked with Mayor Smith.
Yes,
So, I'll let it progress.
I actually,
the way it-
I spoke with Mr. Smith, Mayor Smith, back in '23 before we even put the first conceptual in. We also spoke to a couple other planning commissioners and town councils at that time, because what we do is in concert with you guys. There's not a city out here that we do anything other than what it is that the city asks us to do.
For the record, I was not spoken to.
No,
Well,
sir.
maybe it's just my misunderstanding. I thought usually projects that we consider before they come to us, they go to planning first for discussion. And if you've already spoken with Mayor Smith, then that's fine. We can proceed today with the discussion on the project.
I appreciate that.
I would like to clear up one thing, Ms. Butler. When Brian called me, I thought it was going to be a one-on-one, and I told him I felt like it was going to be better to him to come to see all of us together collectively, so we could get our heads together instead of talking to this person, this person, this person
Right.
separately and not having any direction. But this gives us the opportunity to consider these new proposals. But I do agree with Ms. Butler. I feel like this needs to go back to the Planning Commission.
I totally agree. I feel very uncomfortable sitting here right now when my gut tells me something is not right, and we're basically I think, and I'll just cut to the chase, I think we're usurping the Planning Commission by sitting here having this dialogue, and I don't think it's appropriate. And I'm sorry that it's going to take a little bit more time, but I think it's such, over the years that I've been involved, I've never had this type of arrangement occur.
Well, thank you.
And I don't hold it
Yeah.
against them.
Oh, no,
They're,
me
they're
either.
trying to, they're business people. They're trying to get things done. I understand that, but
Well, it's obvious that Brian has come for direction.
That's it.
And so,
Yes.
that's it, bottom line. So, I think Tammy and Michael could let us know that, what the step needs to be back to planning commission. Is that correct, Michael?
I mean, it can go wherever the council would like for it to go. It is here because we were asked to put it on the agenda. And if council wants to have that discussion and provide direction, that's completely your prerogative. If you don't, then again, same answer. But it is here because we were asked to put it on the agenda.
Yeah, and I do agree with Mr. Bowman. I feel like if we came up here and decided whatever plan may be, that'd be a disservice to the planning commission.
and all due respect, Mr. Mayor, we're meeting with them in a joint meeting tomorrow.
Yes.
To
clarify
discuss
some,
concepts
yes,
and different
yes.
things, and something very global
Mhm.
as to where we think we're going to go and what we should do. And I don't have a problem with us mentioning it then as to what our concerns were today and what we think they should be involved in doing, and so that we've got a very, very good conduit with Councilman Cutler there. That I think that this is not putting it off forever, but at the same
No.
time,
Just being in the right direction is what we were concerned about. And that's why I wanted Brian to come, so we could all hear this. And now we've got 3 different options, it looks like to me. Am I correct about that, Brian?
You have a fourth one,
Right.
which is
Right.
15 10-plexes.
Right, right.
Which we necessarily don't have to do an actual 10-plex. We could just do apartments, which is,
Can you clarify that, please, Tammy, for the record? The zoning, I believe, allows 156 units, apartments, and so that would not need to go to planning commission or council to be approved. It's a by right, and that would just be able to proceed as is, correct?
So because the conceptual plan was part of the proffered conditions, any deviation to that conceptual plan would require a proffer amendment, which means that if you're not building what was approved, then you would have to come back and get a proffer amendment for a new conceptual plan, if that makes sense.
do you have the conceptual product? We have yet to have seen, all we've been said up to this point was 10-plexes. And if there is a product out there that would be acceptable and was proffered, that's our fourth option. It's not necessarily what we want to do, but that's what our business that we're in. We're presenting other options because we wanted to work with you guys. We also know that that piece of property there has been through a lot. And it is something that you'll be seeing on the corner as you make that turn down Battery Park forever. What we have proposed for the last 18 months is something that would stand to look the exact same thing as it looks now and in 10 years. And I believe that's where the problem with a lot of these, rubber stamped developments, and I've never been accused of doing one of these, comes from. That's not what we're doing, and I don't think that you can look at this product and say that that is like that. With detached homes, attached garage, it's a detached attached garage. We're bringing a product here that is unique to a town that is unique. You ask us even to get into items such as, do we want to do corbels? Do we want to do tapered columns? And I said, well, that's getting ahead of things, but we went ahead and provided architectural renderings for what we considered options for the home buyer when they would buy the house. It has nothing to do with the house itself. So our coming here today was exactly this. And Mike, yes, we talked before we even put our concept in. We keep going back to the well or being asked to come back to the well. And so today we're here looking for a direction. And if that direction is going back to Planning Commission, been there, done that, happy to do it again. But I'd like to be able to know that when we go back to them, we're doing what you all want. But ultimately, you're going to be the ones that are going to make that decision. Is the 10-plex is exactly what you're looking for? It's done. I don't think that's asking to step out of the lines.
No, I don't either. And I'd like to see it move back to Planning Commission, Ms. Butler.
I do have one question, Mr. Mullins. I'm familiar with the landings because I actually drove out there once this project came before us. Governor's Point, is that subdivision, single-family houses?
Yes, ma'am.
And these type condos too?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are the condos located? Are they located in a particular area?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are they located?
They were the 5th development or the 5th neighborhood we did. They're directly in front of the clubhouse. You wouldn't
Okay.
know the difference.
Okay.
Because they look exactly like all the other houses.
Okay, I didn't realize that that was one of your projects
Yes, ma'am. There
out
was 22 that we did there. That was my first chance at trying that idea. The mayor here knows me, knows I've been doing this for 40 years. And of the projects that we've done, I like that project because of the circumstances around this area where we do have Navy and we can maintain that and have them be able to want to come back. I'll tell you, Governor's Point's a great neighborhood.
Okay, all right, thank you.
I have a couple questions.
Darren?
If I may. First, I mean, I think it's clear, not just agreeable, that it goes back to the Planning Commission, but however, we did do this similar type of event with Mr. Luter last month, and anyone's free to come to the committee's meeting and speak, I believe. But being newly elected, Mr. Mullins, and thank you for coming out and spending some time with us today. To be honest with you, I think a lot of the citizenry objects to the density. Okay. Ms. Clary, under its current zoning, there's 156 by right, but for single-family zoning, what would be the by right for the homes as designed?
It's zoned multifamily.
Right, but there's a change to the zoning, right, to permit this?
So it's multifamily, which is 12 units, but because it's attached dwellings, it defaults back to the AR, which is the 8 units per acre.
So which,
So under the multifamily zoning ordinance, it's typically 12 dwelling units per acre. But if it is attached dwelling units, then it defaults back to the attached residential with a maximum density of 8 dwelling units per acre.
The pods are not attached units?
No, they are considered the multifamily apartment style.
But they are attached in one building.
That is correct.
Okay.
That's the same as so
I don't get that one, to be honest with you.
Well,
if it's attached, it's attached.
well, multifamily dwelling would be,
No, we can attach these. I mean, we were trying to do what we were asked to do, which was to create something different, which I'd tried twice already, and personally, I think it's a great product.
so back to the feedback from the citizens. The density is one issue. What is the price? What is the projected price on these homes?
$350 plus.
$350 minimum.
And, let's go back to the density, if you don't mind, Mr. Cutler. As it stands right now, the density is the same as it was voted in years ago. We're trying to lower. What is the justification for going down to 104 or 8 units to an acre? Is there a reason why 8 is the magic number? Because we provided 9, which would get us 117 units. So somewhere between 12 and 8.
Well, I hate to counter with a question, but why would we want to permit 9? Why would we want to go in excess of what we're zoned for? What is the benefit to citizens in the town of Smithfield to go above what we zone the property for?
Well, the first time we came in with the 14% less, second time, our middle plan would be down 22, and the third would be down 30.6.
I guess the benefit to the citizens would be that there's not 150 units as what's approved.
So in looking at that previous proposal, and I don't know if anybody on this council was on that council other than perhaps the mayor that approved that, but that's a different plan, and you're not necessarily dealing with the same folks that approved that plan. As if you were pitching that plan for the 10 plexes or whatever today, you may have a much less reception, much less of a reception from the town council than you had whoever you bought the property from that got it zoned that way. So that's unfortunate. So you have the buy right to build that or to build the 8 units per acre.
But are we down zoning through product now? So if we're going to put in 130 attached, detached, single, and that's better than 156 or 150 attached together, we're all working towards the same thing, which is a better product.
But our zoning is different. It's a different product, correct, Tammy? So therefore, the units, net developable units would be different.
Yes.
But the units still would have the same amount of people, 150 units.
That's true, but we're not counting people, we're counting units.
Well, we count people when we count cars in the schools. So
True.
that's why I'm just, again, units, and trying to do a better unit, I guess that's all we're trying to find out. If this product is not a product that you like, then maybe we could have some clarity as to what would be. Because otherwise we have to, we've owned this property now for over a year, and that usually is a little long in the tooth for us to hold a project before we are at least getting into the turning dirt. So
I guess going back to what Mr. Cutler said, he said that the concern was more so about density.
And we've heard that, yes ma'am.
But the 10 plexes were considered as multifamily units. The individual condos is not classified. Is that classified as a multifamily unit as well?
No, it's classified as an attached unit, which the multifamily zoning defaults that then to follow the attached residential regulations, which brings the density down to the 8 units.
So that's really what we're dealing with.
If that is the direction that you would give to us, then our choice would be either go with the 150 or we go through all of this and maybe come in with even less than 8 per acre.
If I may, just for a second.
Yes, please.
Your 8 per unit 104 is in compliance with the zoning regulation
Right.
as it exists right now. The colored representation of that does conform with our existing 8 per acre.
We would be, if we went to the 104, we would be able to eliminate 2 SUPs. We'd be able to eliminate the yield, and we'd be able to eliminate the distance between. But again, this is, Mr. Harris, a new product and a new zoning per se with the town. So we understand that there's some confusions with that.
Right, I was just trying to kind of reinforce what Ms. Clary was saying. I know our zoning can be confusing, but it's by the type of unit per acre. Now that you've gone away from the multi to single, the zoning regulation specifies 8 per unit. You have 103 acres, or 83, whatever it is, it comes out exactly to 104. Now, the issue about the SUPs, that's what's made all of us uncomfortable about continuing that particular part of the discussion. That needs to go to Planning Commission before we have a chance to, in effect, poison the well.
Then can I ask clarity on that then, sir? If 104 is what the zoning is now, then we have an approved yield that we could then move forward with?
Still has to
But you still got
It has
to
to
go
go
back.
to
Have to go back
Yeah,
and
it
be
still has to go through planning.
rezoned.
Yeah.
Today was just about getting some direction on yield and product.
So, and I'll continue regarding product if you'd like. The density and then your other special use permit says they apply instead of following our town zoning ordinances. So, you know, it kind of makes sense if 3 RV spots per 8 homes or whatever it is. You know, I think that's one that I think many of us probably see as easy to say, okay,
It's
you know,
low-hanging fruit.
you don't need RV spots, but you do need distance between your homes.
And we can meet
So
that at 104.
what our setback requirements are should be met, not SUP'd. Parking and loading requirements. You know, these things that we put in our zoning to make good neighborhoods for the future residents of Smithfield. You're the 4th builder that we're dealing with. We have the Luter property, we have the Promontory, and we have Mallory Scott going in, and we have another one. And every builder we get comes in and says, we understand this is your zoning, but we want you to change it for us so we can make more money. And the citizens have not been happy with that. Another point of your development is the non-contiguous green space. So is that out in the 8 per acre drawing?
With a project like this, which is not in Smithfield, as a condo, attached, detached, everything is open space. It is all owned by the HOA.
I understand that in principle. However, when you state that it's a single-family home where someone can have a private party in their backyard and the whole neighborhood can have a private party in their backyard, that's as you said, there's nothing like that previously built in Smithfield.
So if I can just clarify on the open space, the way that we define the contiguous is it would have to be touching, which means you couldn't have green spaces throughout the project. It would be required to have one green spaced area. Again, this is what we see with lots of projects for that planning commission waiver because we don't want just one centralized green location. We do want these pocketed green areas that are spread out throughout the project.
And I would completely agree with that. However, I remember from previous presentations that even the little strip of grass between the sidewalk and the road was being counted as green space, when that really can't be. That's not green space that can be easily
We
absorbed.
exceed our green space regulations and code by a long shot here.
Okay. And then character was another concern. So, you know, you said that people said it looks like a barracks, and most of Smithfield does not. So the character of the neighborhood.
I didn't say it was barracks. I said that's what some people had said when looking at a plat like this from no color, no specifics. We have specific models. They have texture. The architectural options that we offer mirror, as we were coming down Church Street, they mirror exactly what you have going down through here. And it looks like a lot of the houses along the ride in, I don't know if they're 24 feet in separation in between them, but they have the exact same character of this. We actually have more options that we'd be able to put into these to make them more Victorian craftsman style. That's usually what we tend to go to is Prairie, Mission, or Craftsman. When it comes to an individual home versus a townhouse, you are going to be inviting more of a family parties in the back than you would with a townhouse. But unless we went single family, and if we went single family, then we would have no open space except for what we would, there are some of the options, would be no place other than the designated open space. With a condo or an attached product, we have standoffs from the side setbacks as well as the front setbacks. So that land right there would have to be open space, unless it's a single-family SFR.
And I understand your logic, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's what's desired in the town of Smithfield.
That's why we were here to find out.
I have a question too, if you don't mind. And I would have to go back and look. I was not part of the council when you were before the Planning Commission, but I know there were citizens that were concerned about how the HOA was structured too, and mortgages and insurance and all, because of how things were classified. There was a lot of questions about that I think would need to be clarified before, well, like I said, has to go through the Planning Commission, but that would be one of the things that would need to be clarified.
And we did our first one 20-some years ago, and it is still in existence, still doing it. It looks brand new as you wired through it right now.
Yeah, and we would want more information about that. There weren't very many details last time when it came before the Planning Commission. That was a lot of what the questions were. So any more details that you can provide would be great.
Are mortgage details and insurance information and all that typically required in a neighborhood that would be approved by commission or council?
When it's something that's unusual, I think that's why there were a lot of questions. Citizens were concerned about it. And we're here not only to protect the citizens that live here now, but future residents of Smithfield as well. So if this is a new product, we need to make sure that it's good for all the citizens of Smithfield.
Mary Ellen, I think the product is new for us. The particular product that they're talking about is not really a new product overall.
We just need more
Yeah.
information, that's all.
Okay.
You're correct. This has been done in many high-end areas. South Carolina, Northern Virginia, very high-income, influential areas.
But we have Governor's Point and the landings here locally that you could look for, and we developed both those projects.
Brian, if I may, I'm with Mary Ellen. When you started the little intro, you did mention the concept of condo. Maybe I heard the same thing. I thought you said this is a new product to you, that you're offering this particular type of condominium.
For myself?
Any of your products?
No, sir. I've done this for 22 years, 23 years.
Okay. So a lot of the questions that were raised originally.
Insurance, maintenance,
No.
all of
Or
that's,
because somewhere along the line, someone said that this condominium arrangement is different from the standard that we're all familiar with.
absolutely it is. And we had a text amendment that we went through first to be able to present this.
Yes, I'm not trying to stonewall or argue with you, sir.
No,
I would just like, could you explain the difference again?
Yes, on a condo, and most people are used to condos being more or less apartments.
Right.
And in an apartment of that size, they only own from the studs in. Anything studs out belongs to the HOA. That includes the land, includes the sidings, roofs, landscape, everything is owned by the HOA, and the homeowners pay a fee to the HOA, and the HOA itself maintenances these things. I'll be honest with you, I started this one 20-some years ago in Governor's Point, and subsequently I was able to bring forward a couple of other new companies that do the maintenance for these as well. I don't own them, but I was able to get companies that do this now, and so that spurred them. That is their job to do. And so they will maintain it. The HOA dictates what gets done. The homeowners really are the HOA. So they in themselves will sit down and say, I think, which, as we've done in our other communities, X amount of houses per year get to be painted, and so we stagger those. Obviously, with things as we've had one that had some rotted cornice, we went in and took care of that years ago. Outside of that, it's just on a maintenance schedule. And like I said, it was $3,800, which I thought was quite reasonable. With Governor's Point, to have your lawn cut 12 months out of the year, the exterior is maintained. If there's roof problems, which, the architectural roofs now are 30, 35 years, I'm getting close to that being the case for some of the ones out there in Governor's Point. They would be responsible, as is every homeowners association, for putting reserves aside. There has to be a reserve study done to make sure that there is monies being collected by the HOA on doing it. Whether we agree or disagree with sidewalks being reserved for replacement every 5 years or not, it is part of the code. So that's how the HOA dues are configured.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions or any more discussion? I'm not real sure how the council feels about it, but I really think that it should go back to the Planning Commission to make their recommendations, and then it come to us. I think Darren serves on Planning Commission and representing us, and he's done a really thorough job in asking the questions. But I think that that's what the Planning Commission's job is, because that's what they do. I don't know how the rest of the town council feels about it. If you want to say we're agreeable to what's been presented to us today, or if the density of the 100 and whatever units they are, 104 units, if they're within line, this is it's just a product that we want, and we give direction to planning, but that sounds like it's in the opposite order to me.
And just to clarify, the applicants are not asking to not go back to Planning Commission. That was never their plan. They were always going to go back to Planning Commission. Right. They're just trying to get some guidance in order to formulate something that Planning Commission and Town Council would be amenable for their project. And again, I think Planning Commission after tomorrow night will have a little more guidance on how Town Council wants to see applications as well.
That's why I said that I wish that meeting tomorrow had been before this meeting. So we will discuss, in all fairness to, you and Mr. Deal, we will have a discussion tomorrow. We have a joint meeting with planning. And once we have that meeting, that hopefully we can reach back out to you to kind of give you some direction to be able to move forward with your project.
That's what we'd like.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The second thing on our agenda, the second item on our agenda is a discussion of the Grange. And I think Mr. Luder is joining us virtually.
Yes, I will, and I'll start real quickly. We received questions from several council members after the last meeting. We provided those to the development team. Some were answered by staff, some were answered by tourism staff. All of those answers were sent back out to council and color-coded so you could tell who answered what. Based off of those comments, the comments that were made at the meeting that council last discussed this, there was a revised plan that was submitted along with potential revised proffers that were sent out to council and included in your packet. So I will queue that up. If there's questions, we will be glad to answer them. As mentioned, Mr. Luder is available virtually for any questions. And I know tourism folks are here regarding the market if there's questions there too. So anything additional we can help answer, we will be glad to do so.
Mr. Luder, can you hear everybody?
Yes, I can. And I have Tip Brown on as well, in the event that a question is asked of me that I can't answer. Hopefully he'll be able to answer it. If neither one of us can, we'll get back to you quickly.
I'll turn the floor over for any questions that may still exist.
You want to start?
Sure.
Go for it.
I'm just going to start with a beginning question. I guess I was surprised. Well, first of all, I was surprised when we got the revised plan in January, which I was actually pleasantly surprised with the lower density. But equally surprised when we got this new plan on Friday, last week sometime. So I guess I'm concerned wondering why the two plans, proposals, whatever you want to call them, so close together. And frankly, I'm disappointed in this second one or third one, whatever you want to call it, that there were more townhomes added, 20 more townhomes, when really the will of citizens is not, I mean, that further increases the density. I don't have a problem with the extra housing that is towards the back. That's fine, single-family houses. But it's adding the extra townhouses that I was not crazy about. And I do have a point of clarification. What is the definition of a cottage? That in this, and it seems like all the different developers use different language. So is it just a smaller type house? Is it a style of house? Is it a duplex? I mean, some people are using that word for different things.
So the reason that we submitted a third plan was predicated upon comments that we received back from our last meeting. Those comments were, number one, can you present a plan that does not require us to pay for anything associated with this project, primarily the wall? And in that meeting, if you recall, we talked about the possibility of the power lines, and in our opinion, that the power lines should be buried, and there was incremental cost associated with that. So we were asked to come back with a plan that stood on its own 100%, not asking the town for anything other than the $1.4 million for the market. The second thing was, when we met with you all, we shared with you that the plan literally was recently developed, and you all were the first to see it. We've had several conversations with Judy Winslow and her team, and predicated upon those comments as well as some from council, we revised the layout of the market. And that layout, in our opinion, and I think in the Farmers Market Committee's opinion, is a much better layout than what we had submitted to you all several weeks ago. Also in that meeting, you all expressed concern about the affordability and having products in this development that had a lower price point. And those cottage lots that we're proposing allow for us to offer single-family 1, 2, and 3 bedroom homes starting right at around $300,000. And so we listened to you all in the meeting, and based upon what you all commented to, as well as feedback from others, that's what prompted us to go back to the drawing board, tweak what we had presented, and this is our proposed plan.
I recall that the discussion about the wall was that the wall cost was $250,000-ish, and the burying the utilities was $500,000, and that resulted in 29 more homes to absorb that cost. And that question that was posed previously was, could it be done with no money from the town, including the $1.4 million? So I have to echo Ms. Biebermeyer a little bit, that certainly the previous presentation had more appeal, and then we spend a couple weeks writing up questions and studying the plan, and now we have a new plan. It's a little bit of kind of like the last developer, you know, everything constantly changing, but something that was approved for more than a year and never built. So to get that to a question though, so that 16.6 acres that says dedicated area, how much of that is useful and how much of it is marsh or wasteland?
The land that we are proposing to give the town,
Yes, sir.
I believe that all of that is high ground.
The like dotted off.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Tip, but the 16.6 we've identified, we consider to be all high ground.
I think that's correct. It's just just these little sections towards the bottom of Route 10 that is wetlands, I believe. But everything else is high ground. Yeah. Can you see my cursor on the screen right now?
It's down here in front of you.
Tries.
No, but it's
Hard to see.
the dotted,
It's not big enough.
the dotted components on the drawing.
Oh, yeah. Just these down here.
Yeah.
You see it now?
Yeah.
Just these two little sections.
Also, some clarification on the farmer's market. So it kind of bounces around in the various documents that we've received in the last week or so. Your drawing says 24 stalls. One of the question answers says 16 with room for 8 more in the lawn. Which is it?
Well, the 24 stalls are what are in the building. And the original plan that we had detached, what's the right word, Tip?
Trellises or?
Trellis. The original plan had an additional 16 stalls under 2 separate trellises. They were covered, but they weren't, but they would be effectively a barn type look as opposed to the brick look, which is what the market would be. So not quite as detailed, but nonetheless providing cover. And again, it was something that the Farmers Market Committee felt like would be nice to have. Again, those could be built immediately, or those could be built. The nice thing about this revised plan is all that green space. And so if the decision was to build them now, they could be built. If the decision was to wait, then they could be built at a later date based upon demand.
So is the actual building 24 in the most recently presented schematic?
I'm sorry?
So just to be clear, it's 24 in the most recent schematic. And then the Market and Plaza green space has capacity for how many more?
Correct.
Plus up to 20 exterior stalls under the trellises.
Okay, so
24 inside, and then up to 20 outside, for a total of 44.
so that's 44 spaces, and we have 59 vendors, I believe. If I read correctly. So are we proposing that we go with a project that we've already outgrown? I mean, it seems counterintuitive that we would construct something that allows no growth and actually downsizes our current market capability.
I do think it's worth noting there are 58 vendors on the roster. However, not all 58 are there every week. I mean, so the market is not 58 stalls a week. Judy can
Cor-
talk to
yes.
how many actually are there.
Yeah, that's correct. We have almost 60 applications from vendors those are the vendors that are in our stable, but those are not the vendors that are there every single week.
So how many do you get on average every single week?
On average, we get between 35 and 40, and
Okay.
sometimes up to 45.
So a 45 max, which already exceeds this facility. And
Well,
part
no,
of, part,
it
part,
actually
well, hang on,
doesn't see this facility because you've got all that green space that you can expand to.
Right, but that green space has a capacity of 20.
No, the green
They
space
just-
does not.
He said
He
that
just said.
exterior trellises that they were proposing had a capacity of 20. There is excess green space outside of that you could put pop-up tents on like what's being operated today. So the excess capacity in the green space is probably in the hundreds.
Where is the green space?
If you look at that plan where the farmer's market is now, everything to the left of that, between the market and the parking lot, is open green space.
Correct.
We're talking about the Smithfield Market and Plaza.
Yes, sir. All of that.
Well, that
is
was what I
open
just
space.
asked, was the capacity of the Smithfield Market and Plaza.
And he mentioned that they were talking about covered trellis ones that would have 20. The green space itself has far more capacity than that, but if they built the proposed trellises, that would have 20 that you could do under trellis.
Where are the trellises? In that same market and plaza?
Yeah, because if this is drawn to scale, that doesn't really seem like it adds up, to be honest with you.
Well, keep in mind, I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Luter, but the trellises are not on this plan.
I understand that.
That the trellises are something we talked about as an additional covered space for additional, that would be very simple to pop people into. Certainly, the green space surrounding it, people would need to bring their own tents.
And it may be worth calling out too that they do have, there's an area that's dashed lines next to that plaza that says overflow parking. So, I mean, that's additional green space that could be used for the market if it needed to expand into that space.
Well, that space is going to be owned by the HOA, though, right?
I mean, that's all up for negotiation. You know, if we want that to be part of the area, I mean, that's all stuff that can be negotiated. But it would
I
be there.
specifically asked what was going to be deeded to the town, and
Right.
the answer was only the 16 acres, and only the parking lot and the market would be deeded to the EDA.
Right, but nothing would preclude us from having an agreement with the HOA to use that space if needed. I mean, that is an option. It's not something that's written, out, but again, it's an option. There wouldn't be anything to stop us from having an agreement with the HOA to use the space.
Except the HOA.
Right, I mean, you would have to negotiate that.
I have a question, Mr. Luter, about the power line, if I could, please. A question about the power line that needs to be buried.
Yes.
What was the approximate cost to have that buried? And I would assume then if it's buried, then there's some more cost associated with the infrastructure as far as parsing out service to the established units. The reason I'm asking is I do know that if you, let's say Columbia Natural Gas or Virginia Natural Gas are putting in a development or whatever, and you have X number of customers that are now going to be utilizing that service, has anyone checked with Dominion Virginia Power to ascertain whether they may be amenable to burying that at their cost versus y'all having to pay for it, considering the number of customers that may be added on and needing electricity?
I certainly thought that would be a viable option, but it's not.
Okay.
We have been in contact with the Virginia Power people that have responsibility for this area, and we have not been able to get them to agree to do that at their expense.
All right, thank you.
Ms. Butler, I have a question. for
Yes,
Judy.
Mayor Smith.
Judy, you had said that you didn't think this L-shaped market would work, that you wanted consistency in that market, but nothing has changed with that, as I say. So what changed your mind about that?
Actually, the location of the restaurant portion of the building has changed. As long as we're in that lower L, we're fine, because we would have that entire lower L and the restaurant would be above. The original plan that they submitted, the restaurant was kind of in the middle,
Yeah.
and the market was on two different sides. That didn't work for us.
But you're okay with the L?
I am.
In that current representation, what is in that, as I'm seeing it now, the bottom right corner of the L-shaped structure? Yeah, right there. Well,
That's bathrooms and storage for the farmer's market.
Okay.
so that will be bathrooms that don't belong to the restaurant?
Correct.
No, the bathrooms there, could, again, it could be a shared agreement with the restaurant, or you could choose to have standalone just for the market.
Well, the restaurant ends at the other side of the building though, correct? But you're saying there's gonna be restaurants in that lower side of the building, restrooms, excuse me, that would belong to the town? It's not part of the restaurant, so I don't see.
The early conversation was having restaurants that service both the restaurant and the farmer's market, and that would be, you would work out a shared agreement between the two parties. Those were the discussions previously. The other request was that the schoolhouse currently does not have any bathrooms, and the schoolhouse requested having bathrooms in proximity. And we believe that bathrooms in that location meet that need.
Valerie, I've got a
I guess
question.
personally, if I'm at the restaurant, I wouldn't want to walk outside to have to go to the restroom.
Yeah, similarly, if the restaurant wasn't open and we couldn't get into the restroom. So I think the farmer's market having its own
Yeah.
standalone restroom is far more appropriate. But it wasn't addressed that way in the question that I had submitted.
And I think that this,
One of the concerns that was expressed was clear separation, again, between the restaurant and the market, and how are you all ensured that you're not paying for the restaurant? And again, with this revised plan, we have the ability to clearly segregate the restaurant from the market and have clear cost differentiation. My opinion, again, I'm not the restaurateur, and at this point we don't have a restaurateur, but in all likelihood, the restaurateur with this revised design will put their own bathrooms
Yeah.
in,
that makes sense.
so that the bathrooms for the farmer's market would be available just to the citizens and the users of the market in the schoolhouse, and the restaurants and the bathrooms for the restaurant are dedicated to the restaurant patrons.
So since we're on the restaurant, I have a question about that. You had mentioned at one point that the restaurant would be under condo ownership. Somebody would own the restaurant itself, but not the building. Who would own the building? Wasn't it a condo?
I think our vision was that the restaurateur would own the building, but again,
Okay.
a third party could own the restaurant, could own the building and lease it to a restaurateur.
Okay, so to follow up on that, why bother attaching the farmer's market to the restaurant then if it's its own entity?
Well, I don't believe you need to. I mean, certainly initially, there were some, quite frankly, would have been a lot cheaper with shared restroom facilities. But without knowing who the restaurateur is going to be at this point, I think separation of that restaurant and the market is probably, maybe the way to go.
Thank you.
So again, if a clean break between the market and that restaurant needs to be done, then again, that's very doable. Again, aesthetically, we think it looks better, or at least I think it would look better. Again, if you all believe that there needs to be a clean break between the two, then again, that's y'all's decision. We're building the market for you all.
Jeff?
Yeah, I've got a couple of questions. Hey, Joe, it's Jeff Brooks.
Hey, Jeff.
And not relating to the farmer's market. I'm getting exhausted of talking about that, quite honestly. The previous plan, which I did like much better, had a 7,350 square foot restaurant. We dropped that down to 4,500 feet. What was the reasoning for that?
Available space.
Okay. Next question. The hotel went up from 68,000 square feet to 75,000 square feet, yet the number of rooms stayed at 100. What am I missing there? If we're adding on that much space, it certainly seems there'd be more rooms available.
The original hotel we thought would be somewhere between 60 and 80 rooms, and not 100. And the hotel developer that we're working with has asked us to program in a 100-room hotel, and that's why we've got an increase in square footage.
All right. Yeah, I'm looking at the draft, the one that we got just prior to this one, and it's got the 66,000 square foot, and it still says plus or minus 100. So I don't know.
We're having further conversations with the hotel developer about number of square feet.
Okay.
And they're working with Cox Cleaver at this stage, the same architect that we worked with for the farmers market.
Yeah.
I don't want to tell you that the square footage there is to the actual foot of what will ultimately come forward, but it will not be significantly different than what we're showing here. One of the requests, one of the questions was, how can we reposition the hotel? And we did reposition it some based upon feedback. And we moved it back away from Main Street, and we moved as much of it, the L to the north as we possibly could. But as you can see, there's a power line that runs. It runs right next to, no, not that power line, the power line next to the hotel. It runs from Main, from 10th, right there. So we're dealing with that as well.
Yeah, I didn't want to belabor that point, but I'm looking at both the last two renditions, and both of them had the hotel size, square footage size, and then the number of rooms stayed at 100. I just didn't know if I was missing something there.
No, I mean,
Okay.
Is there a concern?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay. Yeah, no, again, we're further along in discussions with the hotel developer, and predicated upon that, this is what we programmed in.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm glad to see you taking some notes over there.
Yes, I am.
Hey, Joe, Bill Harris.
Yes, sir.
Just want to clarify, since I've been asked, numerous times by citizens. In your original FIS, you indicated on pages 8 and 15 that there was a real good chance you would come back to the town and request a public-private partnership. Am I correct in assuming that you no longer intend to do that based on your answer to Darren Cutler's questions about requesting additional funds for the Grange?
Yeah, well, again, we were asked to bring forward a plan that did not require any request of funds of the town other than the 1.4 million for the farmer's market. So no conversation about the wall, no conversation about the power lines. You know, if you could build a few more houses and put together a plan that made sense, could you come back to us with something in which you didn't ask for any money other than that? And that's what this plan is.
Thank you.
29.
And I do want to emphasize, you know, one of the questions and comments that were made by several of you all have pertained to, you know, price points on houses. And again, we've come back with these cottage lots, and we found some product that that we think we now have 4 different lot sizes and 4 different products in this development. And as we think about what's in downtown today and in keeping in downtown, we believe by having this variety of product offering within this mixed-use project, we will appeal to many people. And again, that's important to us, and we think it's important to you all, and it's part of the reason that we've amended this as we have.
Mr. Luda, I do have a question. Mary Ellen asked early on the definition of a cottage. Is it just a smaller single-family home, or exactly what is it?
That's all it is, Valerie. It's just a smaller lot, smaller house. Very, again, this particular product is growing in popularity in a number of downtown areas, actually in towns similar in size to Smithfield. We saw some product in Gloucester, just as an example. And so that's all that it is.
And you had mentioned before on the cottages that 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. Do you have an approximate square footage on those? I mean, obviously it depends on how many bedrooms and all that, but what's the range?
The one bedrooms are between 700 and 800 square feet. The 2 bedrooms, Tip, help me out, are 1,200.
Yeah, that sounds about right. 1,100 to 1,200.
And the 3 bedrooms are like 1,500.
Yes, I think they go 1,400. I believe the 2s are on average 1,200.
And roughly, you said in the 300,000 range, plus or minus with the bedrooms and that, I'm assuming.
Correct. Yeah, for starting right around 300 for the 1 bedrooms. That's right.
So to be honest, I'd rather see the cottages there than the townhouses. I think that's a better fit for downtown, not only price-wise, but just the size of the building themselves. If you're talking just price point, and last time you had mentioned for the other single-family houses, they were going to be upwards of 600, 700, 800, 900, up to $1 million for the other single-family homes. Is that still correct?
Yeah. Again, we've added this cottage component to it,
Right.
to hit that price point that you all asked about. We also have the lots of same size that last time, as well as we've now added these bigger lots on the back side. And so it's 4 different lot sizes with a variety of products. With respect to your comment about cottages versus townhomes, I mean, one of the biggest needs in the town of Smithfield, at least based upon information that I've had, is product that's available for rent for people. And one of the things that, and that comes from Smithfield Foods, and that also comes from Riverside Hospital. So one of the things that we believe is important is to continue to have a for-rent product, and that's what these townhomes are.
Just in terms of aesthetics and how it fits into downtown, I'm still going to hold my ground on that. I would prefer the cottages versus the townhouses, especially when the townhouses are right on top of the farmer's market, I don't think that's really I don't think it's a good look, to be honest. It also, I mean, in terms of the pricing as well, that's the other reason why I like the cottages, and there's no reason why those couldn't be rental units as well. That seems to fit in better with the price of the homes downtown. I think there's a perception that the price of the homes downtown are very high, and to be honest, the other single-family houses at the Grange are more compatible with the homes in Cypress Creek and Goose Hill and Founder's Point, which that's fine. That, you know, you can build what you want. But if we're trying to blend it in with downtown, I think the cottages add a nice addition to that, a good blend. So,
Well,
thank you.
again, that's what we've attempted to do, is to add something that you all asked us to add. We believe that the townhomes, the for-rent product there is important. There is for-rent products in downtown, but there's not enough of it, and there's not enough of for-rent of the quality that we intend to build.
Joe, do you have a pricing scheme yet for the rentals?
For the rentals, they're going to be in that same range that we talked about in the last meeting. I mean, one bedroom units are going to be somewhere, in all likelihood, between 15 and 17. 2 bedrooms between 18 and 21, and 3 bedrooms above that.
Any more discussion? Darren, you look like you got some
Yeah,
questions over there.
I have a few more questions. So, Mr. Luter, so you put those 10 lots on the other side of the street at the back acreage there, and that, so am I understanding you put those 10 lots and 19 other new homes in to pay for the wall and burying the electrical?
And gives us overall a better plan, yes.
So I went from 93 to 122 to make up $750,000. Is that? Because I'm asking because
It's 117, and again, it's 117. Excuse me, 122. I apologize. One of the things we asked for was, and that I think I put it in the notes to you all, but I haven't shared with you, is that the 122 is a not to exceed. The cottages, we would like the flexibility of cottages or townhomes on 2 strips. And typically you'll show those 2 strips, that strip and that strip. Depending upon the demand, either cottages or townhouses would go there.
right. I'm talking about.
If it's cottages, the number's 117. If it's townhouses, it's 122.
Right. I'm specifically talking about those 10 lots on the left of the images I'm looking at it that weren't there before. I mean, frankly, you sweeten the deal with, land and green space and reduced density and a lot of excitement for that, and then drastically changed it, including cutting that green space off from the road frontage that was there previously.
Well, we put more green space at the marketplace, which we thought was important, and have segregated that. My team doesn't think that there will be a restaurant operator interested in that site, in that particular location, because of how it's tucked in there. So that's a big variable. for us that wasn't there previously.
And
And again, you know, I understand and do appreciate the comments about this plan versus the other. I hope that you will remember that we have a plan that is approved for 267 units. And, you know, and this is a significant reduction, and still provides the town 16 acres to do with whatever you all want to, whenever you want to do it.
That's 46% of the previous density. So
Yeah.
less than half.
And I mean, I appreciate the math on that, but, you know, it almost sounds threatening, that we have something approved that we could build, but we want to do something else. But it's been approved for more than a year, and there's a shovel hadn't went in the ground. So that math is welcome, but it's an empty lot currently.
Now, again, I apologize if you think that I was threatening. I was simply making a statement that's based on fact, that's all.
In
No threat.
the question that I asked the question, will you commit to ensuring no future entities that you sell, rent, or are otherwise involved in the development commit and their contract request no further financial involvement from the town? You said with respect to the Grange project, yes. So is there some other projects going on that are going to request funds from the town?
No. We have nothing, we own no other land and have no other plans.
Okay, that was just a strange way to answer the question. As it relates to the farmer's market, starts on first weekend in April, is that correct?
Yes.
Where would it,
Currently.
so where would it be first weekend in April next year?
I don't know.
we are actively investigating that.
We have a meeting about that next week.
Yeah, we're actively investigating what our options are come December.
Okay, because it seems, I mean, this has been a problem for 4 years, 5 years?
It's been in the air for a while, but we've always been able to secure the location. This is the first time we have definitively been told you need to go find somewhere else.
Yeah.
But that's pretty new information. I guess what I'm saying is, if it's taken 5 months to create a lease and there's no backup plan, I mean, it seems like with the uncertainty that we've faced with this and a full-time farmers market employees and tourism employees that we
They're
would have
part-time.
crafted an actual executable backup plan, not, I mean, now we're kind of, our back's kind of against the wall a little bit now. I mean, we just found that out days ago, right?
Right.
We have other options in the wind. None of them are optimal.
Right. If push came to shove tomorrow, could we find somewhere else to put the market temporarily?
The answer is yes.
What we want to identify is a place we can put the market for a long-term temporary solution that is viable, that we can replicate every weekend. Closing Main Street, for example, we could do that 1 weekend or 2 weekends, but the problem becomes staffing. The amount of public works and police staff it takes to close Main Street and support that, we can do it a couple times, but I can't ask my staff to work 6 days a week, every week. That's just not doable. So if it came to it and we had to find a temporary short-term location, we can do that. It will be less than optimal and it wouldn't be long-term sustainable.
Yeah, and you also use the word viable in Smithfield there, and I'll tell you right now, the bottom line is the other word is palatable. What kind of acceptance would you get from those folks, even if you tried to do the best thing to put something together that would make everybody as happy as what we've had now? Yeah, have we been stringing it along? Probably have, no doubt about that, but, you know, we were just hoping, I'm certain, along the way that, you know, that we wouldn't get our backs against the wall. Sometimes that happens, and it's a cost-benefit analysis as to where are you going to go that's going to make folks happy that are not ringing your phone off the hook or sending you emails about, I hate this place, I don't like this place, it's not the same, and hey, that's just human nature. I've dealt with it, so, yeah.
Right, but in that, in that same vein, I asked a question about research effort done to figure out what the town wants, what the citizens want, what the businesses want downtown. There's been no formal effort at polling the businesses downtown. There's been no data presented at all. And you said there's been no polling of citizens whatsoever. So in creating a backup plan, it would seem that that would be a starting point, is to figure out what is palatable, what does the town want to see. And instead, we've been kind of kicking this can down the road for a few years now.
I thought we had done some polling, some significant polling with the.
Not with citizens.
Well,
No, with the citizens,
all right,
okay.
And we thought we had a viable option that was in the works, and it fell through. We have to find a location that is logistically supportable. And once we find where those are, then we can go down that road. But if the citizens tell me they want it in a location that is not viable, not supportable, not logistically feasible, then I've set myself up for failure, because they want it here and I can't put it here. If I go and say, here are the places that I can put it, which one's your favorite? Then I have set us up for success regardless, because we know I can support it.
And also to take up, again, having been around here, we're confronted continuously with the fact that we are trying to make something out of a small colonial town that has very limited space, that serves the benefit, serves the needs of what we're trying to do. And that's always going to be an issue, and requires smart thinkers like yourself to come up with something that'll work, because it's just, there wasn't much strategic planning done when it was laid out, other than a couple roads this way, a couple roads, and put them in there. You talk about density downtown and stuff like that. I mean, it's just a tough place to try to get things done at times. That's not, I know that sounds like a kick in the can down the road, but at the same time, you can't make chicken salad out of something that's not.
Well,
there.
you can't get answers to questions if you don't ask them.
Oh, sure, I agree
So,
with that. I agree with
if we
that
don't ask
100%.
citizens, then we don't get answers to questions. And, I'm sure you know, a lot of the citizens don't support the $2.8 million that's coming out of taxpayer pockets for this project, especially.
Okay, then what then is the response? If we're not going to do something like that, what do we do?
Yeah, well, I think that's why it was suggested to create a committee to work on that project, and the, staff that's in charge of the farmers market, may have done some of that work already. But my point is not to bash that. My point is, what is the viability of the farmers market? We know now in April, first week in April next year, there's going to be no location. This is not going to be built. And we're working through this project, perhaps, but no line of effort has been put in place on what's in the interim.
Well, and we're working on that. We have a group set up that is meeting this week to do that work, so we can have that place identified.
Well, and it's like Steve said earlier, we thought we had a place identified.
Right.
We had a plan B, but that plan B got jerked out from under us.
What was it?
It was the purchase of that lot. I mean,
Okay.
that was, we thought by acquiring that property, we would then have the ability to secure that location. And all indications were pointed, this is a green light. And then last minute, we just found out it wasn't. And so now we're to plan C, D, and E.
Yeah, that was our plan B for a while.
I do have my concerns, and I understand the, wanting to have a permanent place, bathrooms, all that sort of thing. My issue with it being at the Grange is I've seen statistics about where the current location is now, and the percentage of people that go to the 100 block, the percentage of people that go to the 200 block, and the percentage of people that go to the 300 block is very small. So if they're starting out at the Grange, we're going to have the opposite problem, except those people are not going to go down to our downtown that we have already. And I have real concerns about that we have to come up with a way to still draw people to our current downtown. I know there's a lot of moving parts with the farmers market, the Grange, all that sort of thing. But we can say, well, eventually, the 300 block, that'll be a good transition, we'll have more businesses there. There are a lot of people that live there. So they're not going to move. I mean, it's no different than South Church Street. We've said for years, that's going to be, a second downtown across the Cypress Creek Bridge. That's going to be an extension of downtown, except people live in those homes. So, and that goes on for decades. And I don't anticipate, we have all these extra little things. And, the farmer's market is, I guess, the most immediate issue. But we're going to have to find something that, the Grange is obviously not, this is what's been approved. It's been approved for a year already, and we're still nowhere near starting anything there. So, it's going to be a while before we have a permanent farmer's market, wherever it is, whether it's the Grange or anywhere else. So, thank you. And I appreciate your hard work, because I know it's a lot of hard work, and there's, it's very thankless, but, we've got a lot going on here.
And we certainly have done a lot of polling of both the merchants downtown and our vendors. So we know exactly how they feel. If citizens have ideas or great ideas that want to come forth, they have every opportunity to come to every single meeting. You all have to give us those ideas.
Do you have some documentation for that you can share with us?
Sure.
Thank you.
The unfortunate thing is there's no consensus in any of them. So I'm happy to share it, but you will get spaghetti.
And, we've talked for a while, and this is going maybe a little off topic, about how do we encourage people to visit the 300 block, because there are businesses. And the problem is it's not a matter of distance, it's a matter of stuff that way to pull them. And quite frankly, they're sporadic in the 300 block, so there's real no incentive to do that. If this were to happen, there's then something on both ends to draw people, and it gives people incentive.
And a reason to walk back and forth, or quite frankly, to hop on a golf boat.
There are plenty of small towns that have very long main streets, and it's vibrant because there's stuff throughout all of it.
Charlottesville's one of them.
Quite frankly, that's the issue, is once you get halfway through the 300 block, there is no incentive for somebody to walk further. If this happens, it gives you a reason to be on both ends. And it does bring that viability to the 300 and 400 block that doesn't exist now. Just, again, to your point, there's no reason to walk further. So I don't know that it's a distance issue. I think it's an incentive issue. Why would I walk that far if there's nothing for me to walk to?
Well, and the other thing that I think we always need to keep in mind is that where's the third place that you're going to go? You're going to shop, then you're going to eat. Are you going to leave, or where are you going to go? Are you going to eat some more? Are you going to shop some more? Maybe not. But at some point we have to have a third activity. Right. Maybe you'll go for a walk at Windsor Castle Park after you eat all day long. Maybe you'll go, I don't know. We have to have an activity. Yes, you can go to the museum. You can, there are little things that people can do, right. But there needs to be that third element to keep people, families, people of all ages, young and old. There needs to be something for them to do, a reason to stay, not just to eat, shop, and leave. And that's why. So, to Mr. Luter, to your point, that's why I was hoping that there was going to be more commercial entities at the Grange rather than housing, because I think that pulls more people downtown when we have a commercial aspect. Long before I was even on council, I've been talking about having more commercial venues, especially downtown, but throughout Smithfield, because the housing, yes, there's a certain percentage that we need, but we already have a lot in the works. So it's important to, I think it behooves everyone to have more commercial development, especially in the Grange. I mean, right now we have one restaurant and one hotel. That's honestly not enough. If I was a hotel, I would want several restaurants there for my patrons. I would want activities there, that third thing. So that's where, whether it's it doesn't have to be a whole bowling alley, but a couple lanes, some billiard tables, some, an arcade. Putt-putt golf. I'm just saying, whatever. I'm not the idea person. But something else to get people to stay there, something for them to do. Thank you.
Mary Ellen, I agree with you on that. That's one aspect of this update that I don't like, because the original plan did have more retail/commercial space. And when we got the new plans, I think either 2 or 3 buildings have been deleted from this. The other thing to me that's missing that was on the original plan is the walking trail and the other amenities. And maybe they aren't important to this new plan that we have. I like the idea of having the walking trails. We also had, what is that newer sport that people, pickleball. There were some other additional amenities here. But there are a couple of the things that I'm kind of disappointed in this. Primarily what we have now is just another residential development.
Can I comment to both of your respective comments?
You sure can.
So the office retail at 6,000 feet will likely be 2 separate businesses. The green space from the beginning surrounding the market, we always envisioned families spending a lot of time in that green space, whether it's kicking a soccer ball, throwing a football, throwing frisbee, grabbing something to eat, sitting out there on a blanket, having lunch. That's why that green space was so important, and that's why, again, we think I think that this plan is a better plan than what we presented to you all previously, because it's got more of that green space. The walking trails, we still absolutely envision this being a walkable community, and where you have those power lines and that overflow parking, we envision trails all through there and around there. Again, if you all wanted it to be incorporated into the land that we propose to give you all, that can be done, so that it goes all the way to the back. But I certainly didn't want to be presumptuous with land that we're going to be giving you all as to what to do with it. And then the retail, that retail space at the end. So really, the only thing that we're giving up, and we made the hotel bigger than was originally planned. We have shrunk some of the commercial and the 2 office buildings, but there's, again, it's trying to work with a plan that makes sense, and and that's what we've done. You all, if you feel strongly that you need more commercial space in here, then give us some direction. Let us see let's see where we can fit that in. I feel like what we have largely done is we've significantly reduced the housing, we've increased the hotel, we've slightly decreased the commercial, and we've kept the farmer's market with all the open green space as the core to this development.
Joe, I really have other than, you know, Ellen saying something about it today, and I think and having a conversation with her, I expressed that I really haven't heard anybody else being concerned about that. Basically, the majority of what I heard is the density, and you've reduced the density, so it may not be a concern of anybody else's in reference to the commercial or retail.
Okay.
Is there any more discussion, or is there some direction that we'd like to give Mr. Luter, which would make this more attractive to us?
I've said my piece.
I think it's going to be challenging to support it with the taxpayer dollars and the perspective that was shared with many of the taxpayers during the election. I think that's going to make it really difficult. And I also think that while the density across the property has changed, it's fewer houses. The apartments are gone and replaced with the single-family homes, but as far as the density of the utilized space, it's still quite dense in areas. The presentation's incomplete as far as what the setbacks are and the things that, you know, will come to the Planning Commission and actually know some details about, you know, how is that neighborhood actually going to be made up. Last developer for the promontory wanted to put the homes 5-foot setbacks, 10 feet apart. You know, we don't have that type of information for this at this stage, so it's really hard to evaluate how dense the property is just seeing lot lines.
Tammy, do you have any rebuttal or feedback on actual density, or can we not have a generalization of that right now?
So using approximately the 57 acres and then subtracting out the 17 leaves about 40 acres. We can multiply that by about 20%, which would take out 8, which is what we do for public right-of-way. So we're down to 32, and then at 122, that's approximately 3.8 units per acre.
So that would be within our guideline?
Yes,
Well, that's
ma'am.
including the hotel,
That
the
would
parking
be
lot, the farmer's
correct.
market, the green space. That's not removing, you're just removing the 16.6 acres and the 20% of roads, not all of the non-residential space that's on the property as well. But I think with the PMUD, they have some, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, they have full flexibility.
Unfortunately, no. With the PMUD, anything that does not comply with the zoning type for that product has to be a special use permit if it goes beyond that type's existing use.
So for instance, if the single-family homes are 5 units per acre, right, which I think is what the zoning, by right zoning is, and then the multifamily or the townhomes are 12 or 14 units per acre, but it's zoned for 12, then that would require a special use permit.
It would require the multifamily has to conform with whatever the multifamily is. The single family has to conform with single family. So you don't really get the blending that you typically get in a PMUD. The way our planning commission and council adopted the PMUD, anything that does not comply with the underlying zoning for that type or use requires a special use permit. Where most places, what you're talking about is accurate, where you get a combined, you get a conglomeration. Well, that's not how ours is set up. That's why you see so many special use permits, because we don't allow people to do that. We require them to comply with whatever the underlying zoning is for that use, even if it's in the PMUD. So that's why you see so many special use permits, and that's why how our planning commission elected to set it up, so they could control every piece of it. So if you know, there's a portion of it that's multifamily and a portion that's single family. They have to comply with their own individual densities in those pieces.
Right.
But it still seems like some of it is more, they're gonna need a special use permit for some of the density, or?
Potentially. Yeah, until we get
We
a
don't get
development
anything,
plan,
yeah.
which again, this is just a draft conceptual plan to see if council and planning commission are okay with the direction. Then they'll go develop that full plan. And that's when we'll really know the answers to those questions.
Darren, that conversation that Michael just had about the PMUD and the separate density, did that make sense to you?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it didn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean, we came up with a new zoning for PMUD, and I really think that we should have developed our own criteria for PMUD. But what we've done is we've taken bits and pieces from single-family, attached dwellings, and because we've done that, that means that developers do have to have special use permits. That if PMUD had its own guidelines, it's possible that that would not be happening.
That's right. The typical way a planned mixed unit development is set up is basically there are very little guidelines. And the developer gets to come and propose, here's what I would like to do, and here's what I would need to do it. And you evaluate it on its merits. And you either like it or you don't. Most are not set up the way ours are.
But in that sense, I like how it is because it keeps us within our own zoning rules.
Well, and that's,
There's
you
nothing
just
wrong with
have to
that.
know
Yeah.
that that's why you see so many special use
Yeah.
permits, because of the way our planning commission's set up. It doesn't mean that they're necessarily asking for special things.
Well, but if
Well,
they're
they are.
if they're within the rules,
It
they don't
just-
have to ask for one.
Well, it just defeats the entire reason to have a PMO.
Right.
Well,
It-
but we
we don't
constructed
ha-
it in a way that actually retained control.
Yeah.
Which,
And then when we give a special use permit to go from 10 to whatever you want, then we have given up control, actually.
well, you haven't given up the control because you gave that. You had control over whether you gave that or not. You had control over what conditions you put on that. You gained additional control. You haven't given any up.
When you tell somebody that's building 800 homes that here's a waiver for your 800 homes,
No, Darren,
No.
only for the PMUD is what I was
understand, but
referencing,
but
not
the-
just a regular subdivision.
but a special use permit, when you put it across the spectrum of a neighborhood, right? You don't say that it's specific to a portion or what have you, or
You
to
can.
a lot.
You
Well-
can. You have all the control in the world to do what you want to with that. You don't have to give it as a blanket.
Right, that's what and again, we're speaking the same language for a couple meetings now. But, okay.
So what is our consensus in telling Mr. Luter in order to be able to move forward with his project? What do we want to see?
Madam Chair,
Mayor Smith.
We've got 75 days is what Mr. Luter's asked us to come up with a decision. So,
Okay.
if we've already burnt 30 days, we know what we have to do in the next portion of that, and then he'll have more direction as to what he needs to do if he does anything at all. So I think out of fairness, we'll continue to work through these discussions and questions and give him the opportunity to answer anything else we might have.
Okay.
Excuse me, we're not on a timer for anything.
No, but he's asked us for 75, no, we're not. But he's asked us to do something in 75 days to make some type of decision as to whether he wants to move forward or not.
Yeah, I mean, I read that piece too, and
Yeah.
he asked to be fast-tracked
Well,
and
the
have
fast
some.
track part of it, the 75 days is what I'm saying. I'm not worried about the fast track so much as I am us giving him direction as to what he's gonna do and not do. And I think this is just the first meeting of trying to work through any of this. I mean, I agree. I was shocked too that I was really happy about this first plan. And then when he came back with the other, I had some more questions. We've answered a lot of those questions today with our concerns. So I think we can continue to have more questions. And if we have to have a work session, we'll do that. And after that, it's up to planning and zoning when it goes back to them. they'll have to work out whatever they gotta work out and then bring it back to us.
Tammy, Michael, wouldn't that be the next step? I mean, there's enough differences in this submission to where much of it has to be re-reviewed, and new SUPs have to be considered.
We would,
So it definitely needs to go back to PC before it comes to us.
based off of initial conversations, it sounded like there may be a need for two different SUPs. One, because townhouses weren't originally part of the product type.
Right.
And maybe one on setbacks. Outside of those two, which would have to do planning commission and town council, the change to this plan would be a change to the proffered conditions. And that would come to council solely for that decision. However, if any special use permits are needed, it will have to go through both entities. So there will really be two separate tracks. One will be the change to the proffered conditions, which would be the conceptual plan. And if any SUPs are needed to support that, they would have to go their own track for planning commission and council.
I thought last month when we discussed it, it was a substantial change from the previous, so it had to start from scratch. That was,
They will have
you
to
and Mr.
submit
Luter said that.
rezoning documents.
So the way that our proffer language in our zoning ordinance, if it's a change in use and density, then it goes before the governing body as a public hearing. The governing body would be town council, so this would be a change in the density. Even though it is a decrease, it's still a change in the density, and so it would need to be a public hearing before town council.
And not planning council, not planning commission?
No.
Not on the change in proffered conditions. But the SUPs would have to have both.
That's a distinctly different answer than last month. I asked that question specifically about the substantial change from the previous approved plan that was answered that it would have to start all over from scratch, from the developer and
If they were
from you.
changing the zoning, yes, but they're not going to be changing the zoning, just the product type. So it doesn't actually change the zoning. So if they were doing a full rezoning, then it would start all the way at the beginning. If they're just amending the conceptual plan, then that's an action council can take because it's an amendment to the property conditions.
And does council make a decision on the new conceptual plan before planning commission receives the new SUP request?
Probably not. I mean, because then you would be approving a conceptual plan that did not have the SUPs needed to support it.
Right, and if there are, I mean, the proffers are different, so that has to go before the planning commission.
The amendment and proffered conditions only comes to council.
Okay.
So if it comes to council and it's reapproved, does it wipe away the previous history of approval? For instance, Mr. Luter brings it, we approve it for 122 homes. He decides he wants to sell it. Can somebody else revert back to that 267 now, or is it locked back into what the latest approval
The new
is?
approval would supersede the previous.
Okay.
Clear as mud.
It is. So where are we? Further discussion or?
Can I make one more request of the council?
Yes.
Polite request. As you all are contemplating this decision, with respect to the taxpayer money, the $1.4 million for the market, will you ensure that those that are interested parties and that are weighing in on the decision, whoever they might be, are fully aware and cognizant of the new proffer that we're offering in the back in the form of 16.6 acres to the town to do whatever they want to with? That's a significant proffer that wasn't part of the original plan.
It is as of today.
Right.
So moving forward, where are we? Even if town council approves, it still has to go before planning if there are SUPs.
If there are additional or different SUPs that are needed to support the project, those have to go through Planning Commission and Town Council.
So should we not have a new site plan from him to go before planning first?
Well, I think that's what he's asking for, is if he gets a direction, then he knows he can go work on this site plan and prepare those documents.
Okay, I'm asking us for directions to be able to let him know.
Well, and ultimately, that direction has to come from the governing body on what it is you think you can support, because that's what he'll go develop plans off of. That can't necessarily come from staff. We'll review what he develops, but what the ask is what can council support? And that's what then he will go develop those documents for. And that can't come from staff, that has to come from the governing body. We can only review the documents that he submits based off of that. Because I can't speak for council and wouldn't.
So Mayor Smith, what direction are we going to take?
I still feel like that we've got just a little bit of time to think about some of these questions, and that we need to go back and let him know what we're thinking. So he'll have that direction that Michael talked about as to how he wants to develop this plan and then turn it into you. So I guess we need a timeline to do that in.
You mentioned the 75 days. Mr. Luter, is the 75 days including town council and planning, or just town council?
Well, again, because we do have an approved plan, and because we're not seeking rezoning but amendment, we were asking for consideration to run the project parallel. And I guess from my perspective, two reasons for that. One is very personal, and that is for the benefit of my father. And I make no bones about it. He's 85 years old. His health is not good. And we started this project for him nearly 4 years ago, and I would really like for him to know that the project is moving forward, and in a perfect world, he could actually see something before he passes. That is a very personal request, and certainly you all, I understand it. You have absolutely no obligation to honor that. The second piece I think that is important is if you all do deem that this is the best location for the farmer's market, the quicker we get moving on that, the better. So with respect to the question, Valerie, I was hoping that we could run parallel process between the town and the county on the SUPs. I do think that there are two that we would be seeking. So there was an opportunity to do that, but none of that should happen until you all are comfortable and would be supportive of this plan or whatever modifications you all believe are necessary to be comfortable with the plan. And so the quicker you all, if this doesn't work for you, but you'd like 90% of it but need 10% of it tweaked, the quicker you can come back to us with something for us to see whether it makes sense or not, the better.
Mr. Ludick, is there any possibility that you can go back to the original proposition that you had, the last one is what I'm talking about, before you provided us this one? I understand you made the calculations. I know there's some monetary considerations, but is there any way possible, because I think what I'm hearing, and I may be not hearing correctly, but I think what I'm hearing is there was significant desirability with the plans that were provided prior to this last one that we just recently got. Is there any way possible that you can go to that and achieve what you're looking for? Your dad seeing what's going on, achieving a lower density. I'm trying to be the peacemaker here and maybe get something across the goal line just wondering if there's a possibility to do that without kicking the can back and forth and see where we end up. I have to ask it.
That is, yes, I mean, we can do that. Again, we presented that to you all without feedback from Judy and her team. And I just ask you guys to decide for yourselves or with a conversation with her about the farmer's market plan there versus the farmer's market plan here. Because this farmer's market is so important strategically, at least from my view as a person who lived there for a great part of my life. Having the farmer's market that allows for the growth and is as good, is ultimately better than what you have today, I believe is very, very important. But again, that's for you guys to decide and not for me. But if this town council comes back and says that they want to move forward with what we presented 3 weeks ago, and we have that support, obviously, the only open issue there was power lines, and I feel like we could probably hammer something out on that. But beyond that, I think we're good to go. But I really, I mean, I guess, I wasn't crazy about the plan we submitted to you all, given the lack of green space and given some of the comments that we heard from you all when we presented it, as well as some of the comments today about, space for families to spend time, spend time here and that are attracted to this area. And really we had even bigger green space in the original plan than what we had here. And I'm a big proponent of green space, but anyway, but Steve, to answer your question, yes, we could move forward with that if that's what you guys need and want to do.
Mr. Mayor?
Personally, I had significant views on this from the public, and they were happy to see that last one, not this one right now. I don't think they've had a chance to see that, but there was a lot of positive attitudes towards this moving forward from people that were dead against this project. They had a lot of good to say about it. I felt like there was very small details that needed to be worked out, and we could move forward. So that was positive to me to see that from the public. And I'm just talking, I didn't have anybody else negatively talking about it. They were actually coming around to the point that they understood it and they were willing to work with it. And they were putting their trust in us as a council to move forward with this project, some form of fashion.
I felt the same way. I listened to people that were adamantly opposed to it and were saying, we could really work with this. This is great. This is what we've been looking for. Now, if now we go back to this and we say no to that one, as I said in a previous meeting, if not that, then what? What? Because that's, I know.
I understand. Mr. Luter's telling us he's willing to work with us. He's just said it. He'd go back to that plan and entertain that and move forward. If he can find a little more green space somewhere, that's fine. But I think we're close enough that we should be able to let him submit something and move forward. And whatever the planning commission decides, and then it gets sent to wherever, back to us, then we can make that decision at that time.
So we're agreeable to moving forward with the plan before this one?
With whatever tweaks he wants to make.
Okay.
Yeah, with the 93 home plan.
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
And a little different configuration of farmer's market as in the most recent drawing with the L and separate restaurant on that same space. I mean, melding together, that's not a vote for or against, but a melding would be I'm like Mike. Virtually everybody that has reached out to me has said, wow, you know, not bad on the first one. The difference was remarkable.
I got a question. The positive comments that you've heard, did they have an opportunity to look at both of these plans or just the
I
previous
don't believe the
one?
public has
The
seen the
latest.
second, correct?
This one was not available to the public until it went in the packet because we
Okay.
received it kind of delayed.
Well, Joe, it seems like the majority are amenable to the previous plan with the adjustment of the restaurant at the farmer's market. I guess if you want to submit some changes to that and we discuss it at our next committee
So you
meeting.
want us to do away with the addition of the cottage lots, but rework the farmer's market area?
That seems to be the consensus of the majority.
Well, I'm seeing
I
head
mean,
shape.
Yeah, I would, like I said, I would prefer more cottages and fewer townhomes. They're more affordable. I think they have a nicer look, and more commercial. Those are kind of, you know, take the January proposal, meld them together, whatever. But I mean, I think the cottage option is a good, it's a good option for, if we're looking for certain price points, I think that really helps.
Again, it does come down to math, and again, part of what we tried to do with this revised plan was we heard you, we heard Darren with respect to affordability, and that's why we incorporated these cottage lots into the plan. But those cottage lots are smaller, and as a result of that, it does increase the density ever so slightly. And so that's why I asked the question. We can't, we can't go back and reduce further what we had originally proposed.
But if you reduce the number of townhouses and replace them with cottages, I guess that's my suggestion.
Okay, well, that comes, again, that's part of the overall economic equation, so we would have to look at that.
I'm not sure where we are.
I knew where we were. Now we're not there.
Yeah, we were already on.
And I mean, we got to get to a point sooner or later, when you're making these decisions, there's got to be some type of compromise somewhere along the way. And I think that Mr. Luter has come back and made a compromise as far as reducing it back down to what was original, which was a palatable project that folks came to us and said, at least to me, to Mayor Smith, to a number of members of the council, we really like this. And they hated it before. And that's where I think we need to be. And I understand the economics between the cottages and the desirability, and I understand that or whatever. But sometimes you don't get everything in totality that you want when you're negotiating these type of solutions.
But I guess my question there is, the citizens have not seen this. You know, it'd be interesting to see what their feedback is on this in addition to the one previous to this.
What do you think they're going to do?
Steve, I don't know. That's why I asked.
Seriously.
I mean, I'm like
I got an idea.
I'm like Mary Ellen. Well, it's only increased about 29 units. I like the affordability of the cottages. I know economically, we probably cannot increase the cottages and reduce the townhomes, especially if they want to underground the utilities and build the wall. I'm sure that that's calculated in that calculation. But, you know, yeah, I would be curious to see what the people have to say that have talked with both you and Mike and anybody else.
Yeah, and I think, Ms. Butler, you know, as as Steve said, we were there. I think Mary Ellen had a suggestion, and now, you know, I think Mr. Luter can just evaluate. You know, I think we've given a lot of feedback. We like the 93, or most people like the 93 homes, and then you like the cottages. Mary Ellen likes the cottages. And
So is there really a difference between 93 and 122?
Well, so
25%.
yeah, if you look at
Okay.
Valerie, if you look at this road right here, that whole road was lotted out on that plan right there, on the other side. That's the big difference. There's also a difference in the cottages squeezing into some of these single-family lots in here. But this road that ran the whole back of the development, and where it was 23 acres of open space right here, they put those lots in there along that whole perimeter of that road, and that's what took it down to 16 acres.
But is that so bad to have that price point home there, or is we want 23 acres instead of 16 acres?
Well, those single-family homes on that back row aren't the cottages. Those were,
Right.
They're
the more expensive homes.
They're on the interior that are currently these single-family homes right here in some of these townhouses. So, you know, theoretically, you could still change those single-family homes to cottages and still leave the amount of property the same and have that variety of homes if so chosen.
What I didn't like is that the townhomes went from, I think, 45 townhomes to 65. I didn't like that. I'd rather have more cottages than townhomes. I don't like any townhomes, to be honest, but I'm compromising.
Joe, it sounds like the majority are in favor of the previous plan. So based on our discussion today, if you can tweak it some and get it back to us, then we'll have further discussion at our next committee meeting, because we actually meet next week for the next town council meeting. Is that viable?
A week from today? Or a week from tomorrow?
Well, I don't know if
You're asking for them to be at the next committee.
next committee meeting, that would be the end of March. Is that too long?
No, not if the public's gonna see this again. And if you want the public to have time to see round 3. And we're not on a timeline.
Well, it doesn't sound like
the
we're gonna-
75-day timeline is made up. Nothing's been proposed. We're not even on the year-long timeline yet.
But it doesn't sound like it's going to be a lot of adjustments if we want to go along with the plan before this. So I think the next committee meeting, if that's what we want, it would also give the public the opportunity to at least view that again.
Concur.
Okay. And if we have any additional questions or we want answered, we can handle them the same way we did before and maybe get those to Michael in a couple of weeks. And in turn, we can get them to Mr. Luter prior to the committee meeting.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that okay, Joe? Do I ask
we're-
that?
We're on your timeline. I've stated the reason that I've asked for a 75-day
Days.
timeline, and I fully understand that you all are under no obligation to work within that. It's simply a request that I have made, given the length of time this project has gone on, and trying to get it, trying to either move ahead on it or not.
Okay, so if we have any more questions that we'd like to have clarified from either staff, the farmers market, or Mr. Luter, maybe we could get those questions to Michael by March 12th, so Michael can get them to Mr. Luter.
If there's questions that are going to generate potential changes to the plans, you run into the exact same situation you're in now, where you get a revised plan right before the meeting, and then we're having the exact same conversation that people haven't had a chance to see it. So
Are we really asking for another revised plan?
it's possible. I mean, if the question is, can you do this, or can you, the reality is if he's going back to a plan that was the previous one, that with minor tweaks, until he's done that work, you don't have a plan to ask questions on. Because you'll be asking questions on a plan that you've already asked questions on if this one is off the table. And then we come to committees and he's revised the plan, provides you with a new plan, and it's the same boat we're in now.
Okay, so what are we asking for?
I would say if the direction is go to the previous plan, but make some of these tweaks that have come out of tonight, you let him go do that and provide that to us whenever he's got it done. And
So no
then you will
questions.
have the new plan. We can put the new plan out to the public, because otherwise we're going to come back to the next meeting and he will have made changes that council asked him to make.
And the public won't have seen them.
Right, and the public won't
Yeah,
have
we
seen
need
it,
to see-
and then you'll have all
yeah.
new questions.
Yeah, the public needs to see it 2 weeks before we,
So I would
before
say
the
go
meeting.
take
Needs
the
to see it when
direction
we
from
see it.
tonight, make tweaks and send us a plan.
Well, that's why I asked, how do we know the public doesn't like this one?
Well, and right, if that had
Joe,
been the first
just
one,
based
the
on our
public would've been
conversation
involved.
tonight, if you can just make tweaks of that previous plan and get it back to us so the public can see it too.
Tweaks to the previous plan. Okay.
All right.
All right, I'll get with my team in the morning, and, I mean, all we're really gonna focus on is trying to figure out how to make the farmer's market, provide more green space, and we've got, make sure, again, I have several concerns were wanting to have a clean separation between the restaurant retail space and the farmer's market. So we need to make sure that there's clean separation there.
Including
besides,
bathrooms, please.
Is there anything else?
Just with that separation, including the bathrooms for the farmer's market, please.
Right, yeah, that's separation between the farmer's market and the retail space. And the farmer's market does include restrooms and storage space. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Madam
All right,
Chair.
thank you all, appreciate your time.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'd like to request a short break.
Yeah, I had a 6:50.
10-minute break.
I have a 6:30 panel.
Are we taking a bathroom?
Taking a break. All right, I thought we were just getting started.
We are.
Hold on to $300 a month.
As you know, Green Street Housing is in the process of securing funding and acquiring Jersey Park as well as Woods Edge to do massive overhauls to both facilities. Jersey Park will be the first, and right now they anticipate about an $8.4 million renovation to the project. As part of their funding for that, to help them secure the funding they need for the project, they have asked that the town consider a tax abatement for that parcel, and we're also going to go ahead and talk about Woods Edge at the same time. What it would be is for the increased value. So currently, Jersey Park apartment complex is valued at $3.2 million as far as tax assessment. So what they're asking for is after they do their work, any value over that $3.2 million, we abate the taxes on it. That will help them with their financing for the project and help them do the rehab for the facility. We will also, they've also asked that we consider that for Woods Edge, and I updated the memo earlier today to include the numbers for that. However, I did not have an opportunity to update the resolution yet. So if it is palatable to move this forward, I'll update that resolution before we get to council. So we will continue to receive the same level of real estate tax that we receive today. What we would abate is anything above what we do to that increased value, and it would be for a period of 15 years.
Just out of curiosity, have we done that before for any entity?
It is not uncommon for localities to do this, especially for this type of project.
Sure.
We do have representatives from Green Street here if there's questions of them, but it is not uncommon for localities to do this, but we haven't had a project like this in town. This will be the first major rehab, for quite some time for the project. So I definitely think it's worth us helping them make this happen. It'll be a benefit to the community, those residents, and the community as a whole as well. So if there's any questions of them, they're here.
Yeah, I have a question.
Mike.
Does this include the county tax part of it too?
They will be asking the county for the same thing separate from us.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Has that been done yet?
We've started the dialogue.
Pardon me?
We've started the conversation, but I have not formally presented it to Isle of Wight County yet.
And
what was the
percentage?
I mean,
the flavor for
at
it?
this point, I left, I made a phone call to the gentleman that you introduced me to. I have not heard back. So, I mean, we are not like talking about numbers or,
But the county has, from what I understand,
Yes.
the county has done
The county has done it before.
tax abatements before.
And,
Okay.
quite frankly, for us, it's the abatement's not that much money in the grand
Yeah.
scheme of things. The real benefit they'll get is getting it from the county.
Yes.
And it'll help make their financing more solid.
If you look at the combined millage rates from the town of Smithfield and Isle of Wight, Smithfield represents about 16% of the total property tax bill. Like Michael was just saying, the outsized share is from Isle of Wight County.
So just doing the math off the assumed value, if I add their improvements to the existing assessed value, at max, it would be about $23,500 a year, would be the amount of abatement. And that's assuming that the assessed value actually goes up the full amount of their improvements. So it may be less than that, but that would be probably max case is we would be abating that much in taxes. And again, it's not us losing money. We'll still keep getting the same tax value we get today. And then after 15 years is over, the full tax bill would be due.
And if I could expound on why 15 years, so in these low-income housing tax credit projects, there's an equity investment made by a purchaser of tax credits, right? And their investment period is 15 years. So when they underwrite the project initially, they'd like to see pilots, tax abatements, waivers of fees, any kind of benefit runs that 15-year period. So it's pretty standard that it's structured in this 15-year form.
But it doesn't have to be 15.
Industry standard would be 15, and for the purposes of underwriting, we would be seeking 15 at a minimum. Yep.
And the request is for 100% abatement?
100% of abatement of anything above existing values.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
And again, we would write the resolution to go ahead and include both properties now, so that way we've done it once and it's done, and it would take effect, on a prescribed date based off of those properties and projects.
And if I could expound on the valuation approach, my understanding of how both the town of Smithfield and Isle of Wight assess the property, it's actually done on an NOI and cap rate basis. So, where Michael was talking about like kind of a $20,000 increase, that would be at the absolute upper end of what would occur. I mean, for the first few years, you might see $2,000, $3,000, $4,000. 20, I think, would be at the absolute top end at the end of that 15-year period, assuming valuations and market, patterns hold.
So it doesn't start out that way. It doesn't start out that way. It's a gradual, as the value of the assessment goes up, the amount of.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. It moves pari passu over time. Yep.
Another question. So the Section 8 housing, so the rent is fixed, right, based on a portion of their income?
Yeah, so the tenant's contribution to the rent, they don't contribute more than 30% of their income towards rent, right? But the rent is prescribed through the Section 8 program, where there's an assessment of market rents and there's a determination of rent. And then that adjusts every year on what is called OCAF. So what we are in the process of now is called a markup to market, where the existing contract is renewed. We have a report done that determines what the market rent is. The rent increases. That increase is what funds the loan to do the renovation in the first place, right? So over time, what happens is the rents go up, the expenses go up, the value goes up, and then that's where you'll see, like, nominally year over year, that abatement value goes up over time.
But you work for a for-profit business, right?
Yeah, we are a for-profit business, yep.
So why would we abate the tax then?
Because by abating the tax, I can borrow more money now to do the renovation, to add the security overhauls, to improve the tenant services. So when I'm underwriting this in the here and now, if I know that my tax rate is effectively fixed from the town of Smithfield for a 15-year period, I can go borrow money based off that amount being fixed, right? If my taxes are going to increase over time, I need to be able to still pay the mortgage on my property. Therefore, I can't put myself in a position where I don't underwrite enough expense burden to cover the taxes. So what the abatement does is in the here and now, it allows me to borrow more money to either fund more tenant services, pay for more renovation, pay for security upgrades, wish list items that we want to do for residents, that kind of thing,
Or make more profit, perhaps?
Perhaps, yeah. But again, I also rolled the dice on that on the operations of the property, right? Like, I'm coming in doing a renovation, changing management, putting in tenant services, doing all the things I can to contain that risk. But at the same time, if something goes south, it's coming out of my pocket through that revenue, right? If there's an overage or something happens, any of that benefit can get wiped out because we have to feed the property.
And Darren, I know one of the things that I like to see out there is additional security, be it a
Absolutely.
security guard or a gate. And I know that it won't eliminate all the crime, but I'm sure it would deter some of it. And so that's when Chase brought up the tax abatement. So I'm in favor of it if it's going to especially increase security out there.
Well, prior to this discussion, he had already stated that he was increasing security when he came to planning commission, so.
But it's
that was-
limited. This will give him, well, only from my conversation with him, this will give him resources to potentially increase it more. Yeah, they're going to upgrade the security cameras, which I had a conversation with Chief Howell, because that was an agreement that the existing owners had agreed to, and based on the last two crimes is when I discovered that there are still no operable cameras in the back. And I'm trying to figure out why, especially when we're in regular conversations with them. So I'm hoping that this will give Green Street the resources that they need to increase cameras as well as look at other additional security measures.
Michael, what are you asking from us tonight?
Tonight is just an indication that it's something you want for us to move forward to council the next meeting. If there's a consensus, then it would be on the consent agenda to adopt an ordinance establishing the tax abatement.
Okay. I'm not ready to do that. I would have to do some reading, talk to our treasurer.
Again, it's not going to take money out of our tax revenue. Our tax revenue will stay the same. We will get the same amount of real estate taxes as we would today versus tomorrow. That's not going to go down. The only thing we will be abating is any increase. It won't go up because of this project. And again, we're talking $23,000 a year for something that very clearly is a needed improvement in our community. I mean, I don't think anybody
have no argument about that.
So, and Laura and I have talked about it, and she had no reservations with it either. We do not see it being a detriment to the financial stability of the town. If anything, it'll breathe additional life into that area, and I think there'll be extra benefits elsewhere from it.
Bill, I'd like to ask, what's your hesitancy about it?
'Cause I don't know enough about it. It's the first time I've heard anything about it.
So it's just not knowing anything about tax. Well, and I didn't know either when the conversation came up, so Michael kind of explained that to me. And I don't really even describe it as being sophisticated, but to my knowledge, I don't know of any time that we've done it, and I guess, Mike, you would probably be the best reference to that.
Not that I know of
Yeah.
at any time, but I do know localities do this,
Yeah.
especially.
Yeah, no misunderstanding.
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
opposed to the principle.
Well,
But I'm also not, I do not feel informed enough now. There's 7 up here, if it's 6-1, not a problem.
Are there any?
I'm voicing my opinion.
Are there any
Personal.
specific questions I can take back to Laura and get?
I'm not even in a position to know what questions I should be asking.
Okay.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Ms. Butler. Like, I want to see stronger security go in there as well. It's just $23,000 in the final year, as you said, maybe $2,000 in the first year. So we're talking about a incremental change that, I mean, it's certainly the town's not relying on it, but neither is the taxpayer. So that's just why I'm asking some questions about it. And just while you're here, if I can ask one more question.
Yeah, sure.
You did answer the question about increased security at the Planning Commission, and then we had our last committee's meeting and discussed with the sheriff about he had submitted some recommendations to the current owner, and I just want to make sure those have been passed to you, that you have those to that you can work in coordination with our police force.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's, I first met Michael and Valerie at a meeting last year, and Chief Alonso was there as well, and it was kind of a gathering of the minds where we talked about, what he had experienced and like 90% of the police calls in the town of Smithfield are to that property, right? So we've been versed from the get-go as to what's going on, and, that's why, at the core, we're already overhauling site lighting, cameras, access control, like that's all the basic nuts and bolts kind of stuff. What the tax abatement is like, what that would allow us to do is it's either, taking that security to the nth degree. It's resident services that are trying to, we beef up the resident services to attempt to provide more support services to residents to hopefully prevent them from engaging in crime in any capacity in the first place, right? I think that the sky could be the limit, but the idea is that the abatement at least gives us the ability to start exploring taking our security program beyond what we already have planned,
Thank you.
You talked about, there's current owners, You're the future owner. When does that happen?
So, unfortunately, I guess you could thank Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency for this, but HUD has been logjammed. They about 2 weeks ago announced they'd be cutting half of their workforce. So we are now targeting closing on our financing in June because we need approval from HUD to be able to close. The good news is our application was submitted back in October and is deep into processing, right? So, you know, if I hadn't submitted yet and I was standing before you, it would be a very different conversation. But the good news is I'm already in, they've confirmed receipt, we've gone through our waiver process, and they're reviewing our application now with a target of closing in June.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
That was one of the questions I asked.
Yep. Yeah, we got doged, as it's being called. So.
Bill and Darren, do you think it would help if we had whoever the appropriate person from the county is to come in and kind of give us a conversation about possible tax abatements that they've done and how they work?
Sure. Couldn't hurt. Yeah.
Okay.
Can we move that to an action section instead of a consent?
If council is ready for it to be on the agenda at the next council meeting, yes. I don't know that I heard that. I mean,
I don't know
if
that
you
you
want
can
it there, we can do it.
Well, I guess for informational purposes, it kind of gives us a better knowledge of exactly how it operates.
We only got a week, you know, before our council meeting.
Oh, I don't know if it can make that agenda.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm saying it's too
yeah.
quick, I was just throwing it out there.
If not, then maybe the next committee meeting
If that's when.
for informational purposes.
Well, I mean, and if there's questions that come up that we can answer, please let us know
Yeah.
so we can get them answered ahead of the meeting.
So that means that we will not be taking action on next week on the,
That's the way it sounds. I mean, unless I'm misreading that.
Mm. 30 days is not gonna interfere with these guys.
What is the timeline?
Yeah.
So this is kind of the rub, right? For me to capture it in my underwriting to allow me to borrow more loan, I have to do that by, I believe that's the middle of May.
Okay.
Yeah.
so we should be
So
fine.
we'll be good by then.
Yeah, we should be
good.
fine.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, we will plan on receiving any questions that council has and putting it on the March committee agendas.
Committee agendas, or we're not going to?
The committee, yeah.
That's up, again, if you guys are ready to vote on it in March, I have no problem putting it on that agenda. I'm just not getting a consensus
Yeah.
about where to go. Okay, I mean, I know
I am.
you are.
I'm fine with it being in March.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, well,
Okay,
then
so
we
we'll
will
take
put it,
action in
we
March
will put it
then.
on the action section of the March
Okay.
council meeting.
So and just for my edification, that's when a yay or nay vote would occur in March?
Quite possibly, yes.
Okay, excellent, cool.
Okay.
Okay, that's it.
Excellent.
Thank you guys.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. The next thing on the agenda is a pre-public hearing discussion, text amendment article 3.D.C. of the zoning ordinance.
Yes, thank you. The applicant is seeking a text amendment to the downtown neighborhood residential zoning district. This is to apply for a revised site plan for the project on the corner of Washington and James Street. This text amendment would include a waiver of maximum density as an additional special use permit item. That would then allow the applicant to apply for a new site plan that would feature 4 detached single-family condo dwellings and 3 attached duplex dwellings for a total of 10 units. the applicant would still need to apply for additional special use permits as required. The current zoning density in the DNR is 5 units per net developable acre, and this application was favorably recommended to Town Council at the January 14th Planning Commission meeting with 1 dissenting vote. Thank you.
The applicant is here. You kind of want to give us an overview of what you're looking to do?
Sure. Good evening. My name is Vincent Carollo. I reside here at 22 Main Street here. And I'm here tonight, and let me certainly thank you for this opportunity. I know it's been a long night, and I have certainly given a letter, and I asked Ms. Tammy Clary maybe to distribute it to you if it got in their hands. So I can probably minimize the echoing of that letter in sake of time. But we purchased a property there at Washington, Clay, and James, and we had a different look on this property than what was approved initially. And we've come up with a design that we'd like to name it James Street Park, that has some residential units, a total of 10, as Ms. Clary stated. And we feel that it's an infill pocket neighborhood type development. And from what I've learned and what we've gotten to this point, we're just trying to get to the starting line. And the etiquette or the prerequisite is, I guess, this text edit amendment that comes before you with some of the points that complement James Street Park. And I have here beside me Mr. John Hopke. We've worked on this, and we're kind of going through the criterias and maybe coming up with some hurdles, but we certainly like to discuss them. I think it was last month or Planning Commission. There were some responses there from some Planning Commission members in our letter here that was authored by me that we try to respond to them. And I know sometimes it also generates some more questions, and certainly here to answer them and hopefully answer maybe questions you might not have as well. So thank you very much for your time tonight, and that's that.
Okay. Well, I'll try to be really quick too. And so I assume they're seeing what I'm seeing here. Okay. So what we're seeking is a text amendment for an additional special use permit condition or to the DNR zoning ordinance to allow for the planned residential development with higher density than the 5 units per acre in order to be consistent with the established neighborhood density and pattern and scale and so forth. So if you look at the DNR zoning ordinance, it's interesting because and I've got it highlighted here. It says the principal objective of this district is to recognize, maintain, and reinforce the existing sense of neighborhood in and around the downtown historic areas, and to promote residential development of compatible scale, historic character, and architectural massing. And then further down, it limits within the body of the ordinance to 5 units per acre. Next slide. And this is, this is the future land use map, and you can kind of, can you zone in on the, So it's what the comprehensive plan is saying, that it wants more of what is there, and so that's what we have tried to do. Next slide, and it shows the existing land use as it's all that whole area is in yellow, which is residential. But if you look more closely at all of these yellow areas, there are pockets all around that are way over 5 units per acre. In other words, the zoning ordinance is overlaid on existing development that's much more dense than what the zoning ordinance allows. Goodness. Oh, I have to apologize for this slide. I meant to I meant to delete that slide, but go ahead. So this is the overhead view, and I've kind of in red identified the two parcels that we're that we're interested in. But I'm far enough out so you can see the adjacent neighborhood. And you can see, and you know, every lot is not built on there, but you can see how dense it is just visually there. Go ahead, next slide. So zooming in on it a little bit, when this was done, the previous approved development, it's they have a total of 8 instead of 10 units. And the reason that they were able to do this is that the whole area was developed at one time. So their density uses a bigger number in the denominator than the total area of those two yellow areas. Go ahead, next slide. So this basically was their plan. We don't really know what their units were going to look like or how big they would ultimately be. We just kind of have the footprints and where the driveways were coming. And so, you know, I kind of went back and looked at your design guidelines that will be in play for this area. And just as an aside, over the years I've looked at a lot of design guidelines, and I've even written quite a few. And I don't mean this to sound solicitous, but this is one of the best documents that I've seen around to work with. But it's got these nice diagrams here, and you can kind of just visually, you can look and see that the kind of development that was being proposed before is exactly what the Architectural Review Board would probably consider inappropriate by these diagrams. And so what we were looking at doing is something more like the diagram on the right, where the drive goes past, or if possible, we do shared driveway. And so we have fewer curb cuts. Go ahead to the next slide. So this is our conceptual plan. And since the Planning Commission, I've added a little bit to it, just a tad. One of the units, I've slid over 10 feet so that we could get a couple more parking spaces in, and just so that we could demonstrate that we could, if we needed to, have all the off-street parking accommodated, including visitor parking, on our sites without depending on on-street parking. But I also added some hatch lines or some striping to kind of demonstrate how on-street parking, that's parallel parking, could help make the neighborhood a little more friendly and actually safer. I think in the letter, did you send them that link to the?
Yes, I think there was a link there on the letter. Yeah, I got it.
Okay. And you can, you'll be able to see this in a second too. But so what we do is we have a mix of duplex and freestanding, and everything is in scale with the neighborhood. We preserve those trees and actually turn it into an amenity for the neighborhood.
It's in your package.
And what we did is we did a shared driveway down the middle, or an alley. So all of these houses have a single car garage that they can get to down that alley. So on both Clay and Washington Streets, we have one curb cut at each place. And so that provides a lot more on-street parking and less dangerous conditions, because it's got fewer curb cuts. And and the sidewalks, therefore, are safer, and what we've done is connect them up with the other sidewalks, and we have sidewalks penetrating our development. So it's all neatly tied together, and the pedestrian is king in this development. Next slide. So this slide kind of compares the two, and it's there's a lot of confusion, and understandably so. I was confused for a long time about how the numbers work. But basically, if you use the same denominator as the other development, we're actually under 5 units an acre. But if you use just the areas that we're building on, just those 2 parcels, then we're a little bit over 8 units an acre. But if you use that same number for the previous development, they would almost be 7 units an acre. Next slide. And, you know, just to, just to show you, we've kind of stepped ahead and tried to figure out what could this look like, what could it feel like. Did a walk around the neighborhood, and this is the type of architecture on the right-hand side that you see. And and what your design guidelines are saying is don't necessarily replicate the historic architecture, but respond to it in like kind. And so the couple of the key things that you see out there are the use of color with contrasting trim. The eave edges at the corners are either brought all the way across to create a triangular pediment, or they're turned back just slightly to create a more formal character to it. And so we picked up on those things. Go ahead to the next slide. And so this is, these are elevation views of what we're, in this concept and, you know, what we're proposing. And so, go ahead to the next slide. Do we have will the video play here? Okay. A lot of times it's easier to really understand these spaces and you know, what it feels like on the street to travel around it in a video.
There he goes. Yes, it's working.
Yeah, it came in as a different thing.
I can't see it, but you tell me if you like it. So kind of in summary, it's what we're asking for is that the ordinance be amended to allow, in a circumstance where you're developing infill in a neighborhood that's already dense, to allow us to fulfill the requirements or the objective of the ordinance itself. Did that make any sense? You follow that?
Is the currently approved plan deficient in fulfilling that ordinance?
I think it is. Just like ours, it was a conceptual plan, and you know, I think in the end, our units might wind up getting a little bit smaller, but.
Didn't you say you didn't know how big they were?
I could answer that, I think. I had privy to that site plan and footprints, but I also had privy because the seller, to me, he had given, I think, 3 or 4 plans, some elevations, and there were 2 stories. And out of the 8 units, and he had, I think, 2 duplexes as well, but the minimum was at 2,350, and then the highest was, I think, 3,200. But he never went to that last step to, and I think he had to go to BHAR to start the process with the elevations. It didn't get there as he sold the property to me. But I have some old elevations that he had given to me, let's just say in transition of the sale of the property, but who knows if that would have been approved or not. But minimum square footprint there, because they were 2 stories, were like 2,250, one of the units, and he had a couple duplexes. So I'm assuming that the duplex was probably 2,250, let's say 4,500 square foot.
And what is the square footage of these individual ones?
Well, we haven't really gotten down to an accurate number, and my apologies for that, but I could give you a range. Yeah. I think our range is anywhere from 1,500 to 2,500, but you know, they're to be uniquely individually in size. If you look at the common area, the representing area, you see that. You see some larger homes, you see some smaller homes. Our goal, and John has done this fantastically. I know this is conceptual, but, you know, if we get to that starting line, the conceptual becomes a lot more accurate, as well as the footprints and the square footage. But, you know, I think if I'm talking about the range, I'm pretty accurate, plus or minus.
And I do think it's worth pointing out that all that the ask is at the public hearing is for the text amendment. It's not for the project. This provides the avenue for them to apply. So you'll have a crack at the project. This is just the text amendment. So just so it's clear.
Yeah. Just want to get to the starting line.
So I have a couple points just to share with y'all on this. I was the lone person that voted against this on the Planning Commission. And I also had just returned from the Planning Commission training course. And a couple elements of this. One, it's already approved well in excess of the zoned by right, which is 5 per acre. Regardless of what Mr. Luter owned more property than is owned now, so it was under a different microscope, if you will. Now it's 1.2 acres, wanting to put 10 homes instead of 8. So, and I've driven all around. I mean, I'm your neighbor, by the way, and seen no or few lots that would be 0.12 acres in the historic district, and having densities of 10 homes per acre or 1.2 acres. Additionally, I discussed it with the planning instructors at the Planning Commission training and the attorney, and a couple points that came up in that discussion was, and I brought this up most recently at the Planning Commission, was that, you know, we're getting so many special use permits because of the way we zone. And if we really believe we should be building 10 homes on 1.2 acres, then we should change the zoning for downtown and let that everybody else that owns an acre of empty land would have the same opportunity as Vinny to put 10 houses on it, because that would be fair. Otherwise, if you take and rezone a single portion of a single 1.2 acres in a multi-acre parcel of zoned land, and I wish our attorney was here, but that could be spot zoning. And spot zoning is, in Virginia, is, I can't quote it, but loosely defined as changing the zoning of a property solely to benefit the developer. And if that were theoretically the case, other members of the downtown historic district could bring suit against the town, because they're not given the same opportunity that this developer is given, because only a spot's being zoned instead of the entire district. And then those points aside, I think that, one, it's already approved for a very fine 8 homes, so there's no benefit to changing this to us or the town or the existing neighborhood other than increasing the profit of the developer. So that's why I voted against it and intend to vote against it again.
One point of clarification, that since this would be a special use permit, it would not be a spot zoning, because you're not talking about rezoning. So because everybody would have the ability to get a special use permit, it wouldn't be a spot zoning, because we wouldn't be rezoning the property.
Well,
so it's just so that being sued under that, we couldn't be sued under a spot zoning because of this.
You're actually, but you're making a point that I missed, okay. And that's that at the current moment, you can't make a special use permit request of this nature in downtown.
No.
And what he's requesting is that we change our zoning ordinance solely for him to make this request. And that's what's being requested.
But, and again, this would allow anybody to apply for it, not just him. It would then be an option in this zoning district that anybody could apply for. So it wouldn't be just for him. He just happens to be the person asking for it. So, I mean, it puts a tool in the toolbox that then anybody could ask for, not just him. Your point is 100% accurate on looking at the zoning district that we're talking about and what is and isn't reasonable in those districts. And I had Tammy go do some calculations.
Yeah.
There's a vast majority of downtown Smithfield that is well above 8 units an acre. There's some areas that are 12 units an acre. In the downtown Grace Street, the Riverview neighborhood, there's quite a bit of it that's well above that 5 units that, so what exists today doesn't even comply with the 5 units. And you're right, we did a poor job when that was done of deciding what those numbers should be based off existing conditions. And that 100%, there was, I don't know that was done as well as it could have been when it was set up all those years ago.
Well, it's funny you say that because, not to be argumentative, but I disagree with you a little bit. And Dr. Pope said the same thing. He said, this zoning numbers don't make any sense, like somebody pulled them out of their hat.
You're right, they don't.
But the reality is, a group of people, citizens of Smithfield that were elected, and a planning commission that was appointed made those decisions. They weren't made willy-nilly. Those decisions were made by people that were elected by the town of Smithfield.
And historically, and again, I saw this in Windsor, when zoning was set up, there was a lot of boilerplate language that people just picked and chose and stuck places. I would love to think that assumption is right, that all those folks who made those decisions knew what they were doing. Quite frankly, I think a lot of zoning across most of the state was kind of boilerplate stuff that just got stuck. I mean, we dealt with it in Windsor. But you're right, the numbers that exist today don't necessarily make any rational sense. They were probably numbers somebody just picked.
So to elaborate, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
on Dr. Pope's point, if you look at the square footage for a conventional single-family lot in the DNR, it's 6,000 square feet, which is what we would require the size of the lot to be. If you break that out per acre at a 43,560 square foot, you end up with 7.26 as the density. And so even what we're requiring for the lot size doesn't correspond with the density that is in that same zoning district.
But so even if we adhere to the 7.26, their current approval would be over the limit and the requested approval would be well over the limit.
I think there's a lot of revisions correcting that we can go back and do to our ordinances. I think a lot of things have been, again, those boilerplate ordinances were put in place and people have changed pieces of them over the time, and I think it probably is worthwhile doing a whole-scale look and seeing what's reasonable. But
Well,
that's bigger than this.
But I was going to say, it also, many of the houses that are downtown were built before there were cars. So that's different. People walked everywhere, they had their horse, they had, so we need to look at what is now, and I've been on that corner, I walk it often, that cars come flying down James Street, and they fly down Washington Street, that's always an issue. So I'm not crazy about changing zoning rules for a development. I mean, I think it's a great little neighborhood, little parcel there. In my mind, all you'd have to do is take those 2 duplexes that were in the middle and make them single-family homes. Boom, meets the requirement. That's it.
Actually, it doesn't. No, we'd still be over the 5 units.
But you'd have 8 instead of 10 if you're doing those 2 together.
But it was
You have
still
6 on
over.
one and you have 2 on the other.
Anything over 5 can't be permitted.
Yeah.
There is no method to do anything over the 5. So
Aren't
if
they being considered together, though?
right, but what he's saying is, with the current amount of acreage they
Yeah.
have, what was already approved already exceeds that. And so if they were to want to change the product or anything of that nature, I mean, that's where this is. It gives
Right.
them the ability to ask for that. Because once they change it, they've changed the zoning.
For that piece
I
of
mean-
property? For that piece of property?
Right, because that's,
You do it?
Right.
I mean, it changes, because the rezoning was a conditional zoning, or no?
The original approved site plan, it was a 2.7 acres because it consisted of those two structures, so it was one parcel. So when we did the density calculation, we did the density calculation on the parcel. That site plan was approved at the 8 units. However, now with the installation and completion of the parking lot, Clay Street, and the recordation of the final plat, we have separated the Children's Center and the VFW outside of this parcel, which leaves it back at the 1.2 acres for the total. If they were to try to develop the 8 units at the 1.2 acres, they're at 6.67 units per acre.
But it's already approved, right? He bought it already approved.
There is an approved site plan.
So developer knew what they were buying and what was already approved. I mean, it wasn't a mystery.
To the extent of the footprints, yes, Mr. Cutler.
I don't think it would be fair to say that Vinnie figured he was stuck with that exact site plan and footprints when he bought the property, but
The
now-
town is, unless we
but now
unless
he
we
is.
change it. We're stuck with it with the previous developer that we just spent 2 hours talking to, because we're stuck with what's already approved for him. So, you know, I am sympathetic to that statement, but he knew what he was buying and knew with no certainty that it could be changed.
Well,
This would be the process of attempting that, right?
Yes, sir.
You also have a 50-foot easement that's along Washington, or excuse me, James's Street, that I also purchased and considered that there's no encroachment in on there as well. I would hope that there'd be some consideration to that as it takes depth into the property. As far as the density, when we came up with the design of 10 units, we, in wholeheartedly in genuineness of the design, was to complement the existing area. I know it's historical. You know, maybe some houses did predate back to horse and buggies, but not all of them. And if you look at that density there, and maybe looking at the zoning ordinance that we have on books right now, you feel there's a big difference. And even if you did keep with the 8 that's there, I don't think it really complements or to what's existing immediately around the neighborhood, let alone DNR.
I feel like your companies, the two of you, are certainly capable of building homes that would be complementary in downtown. If you can build 10 on an acre, you can build 8 that would be complementary.
There's a mathematical equation, Mr. Cutler, too, economics that go in it, and that's the tough part. As we say, the bitter pill to swallow sometimes. Yes, sir.
But even if, let's just suppose that we aren't sitting here proposing a specific development or design. I mean, we've kind of identified, haven't we, that there's something wrong with the zoning ordinance? That
No.
there was an oversight, that it didn't anticipate that it was overlaying a much denser existing condition, and at the same time requiring you to design in a compatible way to that existing condition. So just forget about any specific development. What would you do to fix it? Well, I wouldn't change the ordinance, the body of the ordinance, and just willy-nilly change the density. I'd put it as a special use permit so that you have control over whether or not you approve it based on whatever conditions you want the developer to proffer, or just to make sure that what is done achieves the objective of the zoning ordinance, which is to be compatible with the existing historic architecture and development pattern.
Right, and if we're averaging 7.2 and you build 8, then you would be compatible. And as I said, I'm confident that you could build very well 8 homes. But I would just say for a minute, and then I'll be done, to the rest of the council, that 4 of us, and you sat through what we just talked about before, 4 of us ran on a really strong message about density and growth and managing it. And we're faced with your development coming in asking for more. We're faced with the promontory coming in asking for more. We had it with Mallory Scott. The cottages comes in with a reduction, but they want a whole different change. The Grange came in with a well over by right build out originally approved. And then suddenly 3 of us were newly elected because of the way most of those projects were perhaps executed. So it's not just about the zoning either. It's about the town and the citizens that elected us and what they desire.
I have a question. Vinny, what is the price range of your product?
Ms. Butler, right now, it's certainly premature, but I think with the, and again, if there's to be a duplex on there, one of the duplexes you'd be starting at probably at a rate of $275 or north of for a duplex, and that's probably somewhere in the square footage of, again, 1,500 to 2,000 or 2,200.
Okay.
And it also depends on the layout respective to the lot that it gets assigned to, and let's just call it design standards of 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, primary bedroom being on the first floor. A lot of variables still before we can get an accurate pricing.
But possibly starting at $275.
I would think on a duplex, if we were to sell it, you know, that and the market demanding what it's going to demand as well, Ms. Butler.
I had extensive conversation with Tammy in reference to the density in the DNR area. I think that our zoning or density ordinance, or is it density ordinance or zoning, DNR? Zoning, probably DNR, was done back in 1998. And hypothetically, I was going to ask her, you know, how did we come up with 5? Because like Michael mentioned, Tammy had done, had calculated density in other areas in the historic district, and they range anywhere from 8 to 12 or to 16 is what she shared with me, which is nowhere in line with what our 5-unit density is. Is Riverview considered the historic district? I'm going to tell you about my personal relationship with Riverview. My parents used to live there on Riverview Drive. That house is no longer there. When that was a Black community, it was never marketed as part of the historic district or waterfront lots. Now, that area, through gentrification, is being marketed as part of the historic district and waterfront lots. As a child, I can remember there's a brick rancher on Washington Street that used to belong to Ben Jones. That was one of the nicest houses in that community. It may be about 1,900 square feet. And then the other house is on First Street. It's a rancher. I don't know what color it is now, but as you come down the hill and come up the hill, it's the house on the right. That was the other larger house out there. I went back and I did some research on that community. There's a little house out there that's 600 and some square feet. There's a big house out there that was built by, I don't know if it was built by Russell Hill or who the developer was. It's 3,100 square feet. Tax assessments out there are running $42,000 up to $700,000. And that brings me to the email that we received from Bob Hines. Well, Bob felt like this new project was not compatible to Riverview, and I beg to differ on that. Mr. Luter was developing 8 units out there starting at $550,000. Who's going to pay $550,000 for a duplex? And the units that he were looking to build were not compatible to me, to that existing community. The units that Vinnie is building, starting at 1,500 square feet, are more in line to what's out there. And then definitely starting at 275 are more affordable for teachers, police officers, EMT, or even attracting anybody from Riverside Hospital or Smithfield Foods. So for us to say, and I understand why we're saying it, no deviation or approval of SUPs, but I think that we need to be realistic and look at the merit for individual projects. I think Vinnie, personally, I think he put more thought into developing this one piece of land compared to what Mr. Luda had originally presented to us. And Darren, I watched the Planning Commission meeting, because I think that conversation came up there where Mr. Luda had 2.7 acres, one parcel of land, which kind of made him fit into the density, wherein we have this other developer after we've divided it out and he has less. And I remember you saying that maybe we should have considered looking at that for Mr. Luda's project when he originally applied for us. I agree with that. To me, it doesn't look like it's fair to the next person with the same area looking for development, and yet his is over an acre less. Personally, I support this project because I think it's compatible with that area. I know that there was some discussion about on-street parking. On-street parking is all downtown. Even where you live, in the Riverview area currently is on-street parking. They seem to have made some adjustments to there. We want to make it walkability. That area is walkable to the downtown historic area. You got Paul D. Camp right across the street. You got the Y, you got the library, which are all walkable. But I think that this project is more amenable to what we'd like to see in the downtown area or even in the town limits as compared to what's already approved. Because, you know, who can afford or who will be buying a $550,000 home for that particular community?
I mean, those are all great points. I mean, why would we approve Luder's project, though, when it's going to have homes up to $1 million? I mean, that logic of having to build something that can be afforded by the people that are going to buy it, that's a business decision. And we got quoted $400 a square foot by a Luder to build homes. What do you charge?
Excuse me. Mr. Culler, it's going to depend on several variables.
But you're a developer, you build.
Well, yeah, but, you know.
So ballpark.
Ballpark is probably about $180 a foot to $200 a foot, and then it's gonna get into the bells and whistles of the interior and exterior.
So $200 a foot gets to $300,000 home. $200 a foot is a bargain. That's not.
That's heavy.
I mean,
that's
that.
I think Mr.
I don't
Cutler,
think that's realistic.
well, you know, got Mayor Smith here, been building a long time. I think he can give you a range, and I'm sure I'm not off for that. Now,
When
you
I
get
asked
on
about Luder's price, he said that was about right to build a nice house.
but Mr. Luder builds, you know, the interiors, exteriors, a lot different, you know. I mean, you got some bells and whistles, I'm sure, going in Mr. Luder's development. Actually, I'm certain. But I don't want to be compared to that. I want to be compared and complement what's around me and what generally feel to build there at James Street Park. And that's what we see. And I am so sorry that this word density has gotten to this point because, and I get it, Mr. Cutler, I get it. You've got to go by what the ordinance says, but it's a little not right, certainly coming from my selfish point of view, but it's, you're trying to complement a project, big picture, to what's immediately around you. And with our redesign on that, it comes out to 2 more units that was approved from Mr. Luder's. 2 units. And I don't want to be painted with the same brush as Mr. Brian Mullins earlier, Mr. Luter previously, and Vince Napolitano from Mallory Point. That's not my paintbrush, because you're talking about hundreds. I'm talking about 2 units. And if the etiquette is and the law is, I get it. But I got to get to a starting line tonight with hopefully you guys appreciating what I'm doing, and we can go forward. That's the whole thing, is getting to the starting line with this text edit amendment, because I think the 5 units, somebody pulled it out of the air, or somebody copy and pasted something, and it was blessed back then, and we're all compliant with it today, because you guys were elected in here. I get it. I get it. But I'm also trying to do something that's good. And I think we have genuinely put our best feet forward on this project.
Hey, Vinny,
Yeah, Bill.
give me a guess on your largest single-family home, price-wise.
Price-wise, if you say 2,500 square foot, probably 500,000.
How about elevations? Some of the pictures look,
I think the elevations, and this is credit to Mr. Hopke, as I hired him out a while back, you know, this is conceptual. This is concepts.
right.
You know, he is very, very creative. But one thing I don't like, he listens too much to me. And I don't like that. I want to pay you for what you know. But look, we can make those things as accurate as possible. Bill, and you know this, where I live. Mike, you know where I live. It took me 4.5 years to restore my home. And we did a pretty good job of getting it accurate. We can do this, because this is new construction. But I'm asking for a starting line if I can get there.
All right, I've kept quiet enough. I like the project, I really do. But I've heard it time and time again that this falls within the historic district of what's already there, which would mean that homes are on 0.12 acre. I don't know anywhere in the historic district where there's that kind of concentration of homes, anywhere. So I need proof of that. I mean, I live on Gray Street. 3 of us live on Gray Street. And I realize that some of the lots on Gray Street are much bigger than others. Hell, my house is called the Cottage. It was the smallest house on that street, in addition to being the oldest. I get that. But I can't see where there's that much concentration anywhere in the historic district. I go back to Riverview. Those lots are fairly big, especially the ones on the water. So I'm not doubting you. I just need to see it.
So if we provided maybe some,
I would love
let's say
that.
Google or
I
some
would
type of
love-
app that says,
Tammy
hey,
has it on her computer, because
Yeah.
again, we were curious, and we went and did that kind of work. And so she's gonna try to get it on the screen so you can see it. But we did, we went and looked at downtown, said, hey, what is the existing density? And again, quite frankly, it was more than I expected it to be. In a lot of places, it's far more dense than we all think it is. And it's the older, traditional, small, you're up close to the road. I mean, there's a lot of areas that it's relatively dense.
Yeah, well, like, you know, if you walk down Main Street, I mean, you've got house after house after house after house.
Right.
They've got those big backyards. I just don't see it, that's all. I'm not doubting you, I just don't see it.
Right.
I looked at that, just curiosity size, you know, how big are, this came up when we were talking about the Grange, and I thought, I just want to have a general frame of reference. How big are the lots downtown? So it's not official, but I just went to Zillow. You know, some of them are listed, some are not. The lots that are small, and they range from the like upper 3,000, 4,000, they're the tiny little, like row houses, they would call them. You know, they look like a townhouse. They're not a townhouse, but you know, there might be 3 in a row there or something like that. Then you have a different kind of house. So there are some that are more narrow. They have a little bit of a backyard, but it's not all of them. My concern with, I like the look of the houses. I think that, and you do obviously a great job. I think the scale of what is there, the size of the houses is actually a lot bigger than most of the houses on Washington Street. 1,500 is probably a little bit more accurate. Now, yes, there is a house across the street, kind of kitty corner across the street, that's a little bit bigger. It's also on a bigger lot. There's a Victorian that's on James, much bigger house, much bigger lot. So when you have a big house, you also have a big lot. When you have the smaller houses, those are the ones that are on the small lot. You don't have a lot of big houses that are on small lots. So that's my, that's kind of my issue. So, like I say, I would be, another question I did have is how many other duplexes are there in the Washington, James, Clay Street, Riverview area?
Right there around the corner, there's two sets on Clay, just beyond me.
Right.
And then there's another set, I think it's one set on Washington.
Okay.
Is if you encapsulate around me or
Right.
around that property there. And then if you look at off of Main Street, I think there's several. I think there's a good amount of examples of duplexes throughout Historic District, DNR.
I'm trying to think on Main Street. I don't know of any on Main Street.
There's
One of the girls I was in youth group with as a kid, the house, there's a blue one on Main, on the 300 block side of Institute, that from the outside, you have no idea it's a duplex.
Yeah.
But all throughout the time I was in youth group.
Is that the one that's next to Chili Hill there?
That's
Yes, that's a duplex,
Right.
sure.
I mean,
Okay.
and so there are some, and
Yeah.
this
Here and
does
there.
not sound bad, but the good ones you don't know they are.
Right, absolutely, absolutely.
But there are two duplexes right there on the corner of Main and Carey Street. A big white house and then a brick building that's kind of sets back. It's right there on Main
and
Street.
Carey's. Yes, over on the, right, on the,
Yeah.
yes, over there, right, right. It might even be more than that.
Yeah, I think the brick one's got a bunch.
Yeah,
There's a
the
few
brick one
more,
is even more.
Councilwoman
Yeah, so that's what
there.
I'm saying, here and there,
They're
I don't have a
spotted
problem.
throughout.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, and the duplex that's behind the children's center,
Yeah.
that's, I understand that. It's a little bit tucked back, so you don't notice it, that it's a bigger building. That's, that's where I'm kind of looking at the scale of it.
Well, excuse me for interrupting,
Yeah.
Marion. And again, I know we come back to a conceptual, and that's what it is. Because I know it looks pretty loud and proud and dense, but, we had to start somewhere. If we get to the starting line, and as I tell Mr. Hopke, hey, let's go, let's do your thing, I think you're going to see, again, I use the word 10 units, but 10 units that are individually, that'll look like an infill property development for that piece.
What is the square footage of the, not the one that is the duplex behind the children's center, the one that's right on the corner? What is that actual square footage? Like how, that's that's less than an acre, where the trees are, basically. What's the square footage of that?
What one's about 800, so it's probably 1,600.
1,600, 1,700 maybe.
Not counting the road.
No, I'm saying of the whole lot. Like for your, the whole lot.
Lot dimension.
The dimension of the lot,
That it would sit on.
Yes.
Well, what we were proposing to do is to make the whole development a condo, basically. So, you would wind up with regular sized lots, and we can make them whatever we want to make them. And then the leftover is all limited common property there that the
Sure.
collective homeowners association owns. So it all depends on how we want to.
My point of asking that is that, if we take out that little section behind the children's center, what's the density of that little corner? I mean, that's why when I look at it, I think, well, you could easily fit 6 homes there, and it would look nice, and it would be versus 8. Right now, you want to put 8 units, and you could have 3 single-family homes instead of the
Right.
3 on each side, so it'd be 6, you know.
I can't remember the acreage of that off the top of my head.
We're talking about right down Clay Street, the lot.
Well, we've got two parcels, the one that's the 2 lots and then the one that's the,
Because I think we're lumping them together, which I don't
Yeah.
necessarily think is the right way to look at it. I think we should be,
And I appreciate you bringing that up as well, but I also look back, and I'm sure Mr. Luter did this. He extended Clay Street to join James's. That was their doing with the town's blessing, I guess. So, you know, there's some property there that, you know, I lost a little bit of frontage to for a road, but the big picture is, I think it makes it a lot safer.
oh, absolutely.
There's a couple ways ins and outs. I think so. The traffic discipline is there. I think we initially in Planning Commission, we spoke about on-street parking if we needed a want and a need there. Mr. Cutler had brought up a point about on-street parking, and I had asked Mr. Hoppy, I said, well, look, can we captivate it some more? And he's certainly come up with, I think, 4 different designs, right? To captivate parking, to complement that if needed. But I think what's evident, and again, complementary to the whole DNR, somebody's parking on the street, you know, on Washington and Clay. It's
not, I
there.
mean, but not, that corner right there on James and Washington, there is no street parking on there. There's a sign right there next to
On the
those
one
trees.
side.
Yes,
But I'm
across from
talking
where,
about the
yeah.
side that is on the property. There's no signage there. There's no discipline
Right.
of sign. And if you go down Washington, they're parked on both sides.
Sure, down in that sense, but because of that corner, and I think it's, you know, it's right where the community college is, it's where the,
You got a
where the
yield sign
library
right
is,
now.
where the park is, you know, you got a lot of kids there. I think it's probably a good idea not to have on-street parking, you know, you see,
Well, I
visually,
think
it's better.
that was something we brought up with a link, because I think that's a two-sided opinion. For every plus you got, I got a minus, I think, on it.
well, when you look at when you add the on-street parking, and the way it's properly done is you have bulb outs at the corners. What happens is that you actually increase the visibility at the intersection. And also you shorten the distance of the crosswalk. So it actually winds up making it a safer condition.
I mean, if you didn't have any cars parked on the street, your line of visibility at an intersection would be greater.
But the speed of the traffic would be greater too.
Depends on what you put the speed limit at, but.
Well, no, it doesn't.
Your reference.
People don't obey the speed limit.
But your reference also lists a lot of drawbacks about it. Reduction in traffic capacity, increased friction in the flow of traffic, conflicts with provision of bicycle use, increased hazards to bicyclists, thoroughfare width that could be used for other functions like wider sidewalks, visual obstructions for pedestrians, the need for an administration of parking enforcement, and finally, an increase in crashes. So, you know, I looked at your reference and it made some great points, but it's not a silver bullet to solve all the problems.
No.
I mean, it looked like though you purposely, at least before, I think you made a few, maybe smidges changes or something, but before it was like it purposely forced your residents to park on the street unless they were going to park in their garage. But it looks like they all have single car garages.
They all have, and then there's a parking space for everybody plus the visitors. On site, not on the street, in this last scheme that you just saw. So we could do without, you know, doing any of the on-street parking. I'm just suggesting to you that it would add to the character of the neighborhood and I believe would add to the safety. And I think you could get somebody from the ITA here and they would probably say the same thing.
Isn't that who wrote this book?
Yeah.
It says it's an increase in crashes in this book that you provided.
They also had a lot of positive things to say about it.
They do,
So,
but
I mean,
in the trade-offs, it literally just says one line, an increase in crashes.
I think the balance of it was very positive. And the, you know, you've got a lot of other uses in the area that are non-residential. So it's ideal for a shared parking situation. because you've got uses that use the parking during the day, and then others that use it in the evening, residential.
In my mind, that's all the more reason not to have on-street parking, because it is shared. I mean, there are times where that parking lot next to the tennis courts and to the library and through the, I mean, it's full. So, I have a problem with the on-street parking, so. It's fine for what we have now, but I would prefer, that's what I'm saying, that's why I would prefer that the space that you would save by taking out that one duplex could provide more parking. I mean, everywhere, nobody says, oh gosh, we have so much parking here. You know, we're always fighting, especially downtown, you know, whether it's, I mean, any of the streets, there's, you know, so whenever we can make people have parking in their, you know, people like that. They want to park in their driveway or in a parking spot that's right next to their home, you know, within, you know, you have a nice, like, alleyway there, nice entrance. I mean, there are some nice places for parking there. I mean, I appreciate the design, I really do.
Just to, again, refocus the discussion, this is on a text amendment application, so that the applicant can then actually file their application, at which point they will most certainly have additional information on the project that they can provide you. At this point in time, they don't have a mechanism for even bringing this project before Planning Commission or Town Council, and they're simply just asking for that vehicle.
Just a couple quick comments. One about the parking. I'm not an on-street parking guy anyway, but you and I talked about this. You now have, in what would be your final submission, room inside the project itself for every car that would be.
Yes, sir,
out.
Mr. Harris. We've
Right.
captivated the parking. John here has done, I think, 4 sketches on it, so
Right.
that's
So I
not
mean,
going to
so,
be an issue.
so it's there.
Yes, sir.
But to Mary Ellen's point, and you're probably up there often enough, our visitor probably is not. That little section right there in front of the tennis courts is a constant danger zone during the daytime. Parents take their kids up to learn to drive. You know, I walk that area 15 times a week, and there's always something going on. So sometimes computer models and TIA can't, you know, get the reality of it. The other comment that we're sort of dancing around is that, having shared a lot of this stuff with our constituency, there is a significant concern about the closeness of the buildings, you know, tightness. 1, 2, which Darren already referenced, over and over and over again. And when we campaigned, we didn't see 6 people. We had 14 meet and greets. We met thousands of people. And we wrote in on 2 or 3 things, not the least of which was, we have zoning ordinances in place, have developers conform with the parameters there. So that's it's a tough line for us to walk. I'm with Valerie and Jeff. On first look, beautiful project, okay? But to Tammy's point, there's no vehicle now for you to do yours. There is a vehicle for you to come in within the parameter that exists. So, we'll definitely go. Will be before us Tuesday the 4th.
There will be a
whatever
public
that is.
hearing Tuesday.
The public hearing's next Tuesday. So, yeah. Thanks for bringing us back in, Tam. We could have started talking about.
Yeah.
We've been here so long. Vinny got here, he was clean shaven. I'm not saying that we've been here a long time.
And hair. Yeah, and hair.
Well, look, let me certainly thank you. It's been a long night. I really appreciate each and every one of you, as I know each and every one of you. I think with the exception of Mr. Brooks and Darren, I appreciate it. Certainly your experience, professionalism, along here, a couple seats down. Miss Clary has been just an asset for y'all, and me on this potential. I think there's some things to think about. We have certainly put our best foot forward. I hope maybe you can reach in the toolbox and make some type of consideration to go forward, And we've spent some money, and we'll continue spending some money unless you say, hey, Vinny, don't do it no more. That's all I can say, but that's what we're after.
So we appreciate your time too. Not everybody has come and done what you've done and with the proper attitude and spirit. So, hats off to you for that as well.
No, the only thing I'll say is on Tuesday night, we'll have to make sure that we stay on task with, and public comment needs to stay on task. It's the text amendment.
Right.
I want to make sure we don't go too far in the weeds on a potential project and the merits of it that isn't what we're talking about Tuesday night.
That's what I wanted to mention when I did the minute, because we could squirrel off on that easy.
Yes, sir.
I think we got stuck in the parking thing because that was part of the attachment, so I apologize.
Understood.
So,
No,
So we will move this text amendment along to town council
the public
for the
hearing
public
is already
hearing.
advertised, isn't it?
Hey, Tammy, can you send that to all of us? Oh, you can't see it? The one with the,
Yes.
Yeah,
it is.
Yes, so, and I will send that out, just to explain, so we took snapshots of various areas, for like the Riverview Avenue, that ends up being, and it's approximate because our net development calculations does not include the wetlands in the Chesapeake Bay, the RPA area in that. So we used the GIS to approximate that. We got about, 9.52 of a net developable acre along the Riverview. Closer down on the backside from Riverview to Washington, it's about 6.17. And then a little smaller section over there on First, and then in between Riverview and Washington, it's about 10 units per acre. Same thing with South Church Street, because you can't include the RPA. It's about 8.9 units per acre right there along South Church Street. And then I believe Astrid was the most dense at 11.29, just taking that one side of the block there.
Yeah, and you can send those to us?
and you did, Grace and Carrie and Jane.
I just picked little random areas is what I did.
All right. Cool beans. Mr. Mayor, you with us?
Yes, I am. I'll wait on Valerie to go to the next one. You know, this is, Vinny, I want to thank you. Your patience, and both of you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Been a long night. Love you.
Number 5 is another text amendment. Tammy?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. This is just bringing our notice requirements in line with state code. If you remember back in July, the General Assembly moved it from the 5 days notice to the 7-day notice. Again, this is just bringing our ordinance in line with the state code requirements.
Any discussion or comments on this
No, the only thing
particular
I'll
one?
say is there was another bill that monkeys with it again this session. So just know that even though we're doing this now, we may have to come back and do it again. So as General Assembly throws wrenches at us, we'll dodge and weave as we need to.
Okay, based on what Michael said, we'll just move it along. Number 6 is another pre-public hearing discussion, text amendment.
Again, yes, thank you. This is bringing our annexation language in line with state code. We're removing the section that would bring any rezoned property in as a community conservation. What we will do is during the annexation agreement, we will specify the zoning designation for that parcel.
Any discussion? If not, we'll move that on to town council. And then the last one is another pre-public hearing discussion text amendment.
Yes, thank you. This is just removing the word logos from our sign ordinance. Right now, they are not allowed to be internally illuminated, where we end up with just black logos. This would allow the internal illumination of logos for our signs.
And so all of these would be public hearings on Tuesday night?
Yes.
Okay. If there's no further questions or discussions, public buildings and welfare is closed.
Y'all can leave now. Meeting adjourned.